Sunshine in Sano. I'm happy to report day one of the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier Division 1. Here at the Sano International Cricket Ground, it's a very warm welcome to you all around the world, live and free on the Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel. Glad you can be with us wherever you are around the world. An exciting day, the first of 6 days here in the home of Japanese cricket, and the exciting prospect of one of the three teams here in Sano going on to qualify for the ICC Men's Under-19 World Cup in Namibia and Zimbabwe early next year. News from the middle is Nikhil Pol of Japan has won the toss and elected to bat first. There's a few changing of match parameters we have for you. Keep you updated with the delay that we had due to some wetness around parts of the infield and pitch being prepared and ready to go after some rain yesterday. It's a 35 over a side game to commence in a couple of minutes' time as we see the two Japan openers coming out to bat. And we'll give you some team news in a moment as well. It looks as though Ware Robin of PNG to take the new ball from the far end here. Yeah, as we mentioned, after some inclement weather yesterday, we've finally been able to get out onto the field. As we said, a 35 over a side match due to the delayed start. We'll have a 20-minute break in between. As for your power plays today, it'll be a 7 over power play 1, 21 overs in power play 2 through the middle, and then the last power play 3 at the back end, 7 overs as well. Almost set to go here as the skipper Nikhil Pol takes guard. After slight delay, hold up here, we're all ready to go. Movement, natural angle away from the left-hander. No real sign of swing at this very moment of time. You see Robin there just acclimatising himself. Hair nice and dry. Plenty of energy in the PNG field. They are a team on the senior side that do have a reputation of being up and about nice and early. This one, the length and the line is good. Again, just reiterating the significance of this tournament and what we're all playing for. Importantly, a World Cup spot for the winner of this tournament. It's a double round robin over 6 match days. Teams will play each other twice. Exciting prospects here. We will get a winner providing 60% of the results are played out. Not expecting any more inclement weather of note over the course of the tournament. Pol's circumspect to begin. I must say, it's a pleasure to be the Sano International Cricket Ground, a place that has developed a real reputation not only in the East Asia Pacific region but around the world as one of the leading emerging members, not just on the field but off the field as well. And the Sano International Cricket Ground is an embodiment of that. Straighter and fuller, and on the pad, and the appeal goes up. It sounded rather woody. Nikhil Pol just gesturing that might have come off the toe of the bat. Maybe just the excitable Garamuts, as they're known, the nickname of the Papua New Guinea under-19 side. Barramundis are their senior equivalents. The Laywers too on the women's side. Plenty watching on, of course, in that part of the world. So if you are joining us from there, welcome and hello. And again, feel like he's pulled back his pace a little bit just to ensure that he's a little bit more accurate in his approach here, and thus far it's a good start. Energy great around here. We had opening ceremony here at the Sano International Cricket Ground yesterday. The captain's photos. The captain's also joined us for a couple of interviews which will come around. 2 slips remain in place just for the angle across the left-hander down the leg side. First time he's really messed with his line, Robin. Oh, just working that one into the leg side. So the team's just a bit of a sider just to have a look at each other early on. Of course, match day 1, there's plenty of intrigue as to the teams here, how they shape up and compare. Papua New Guinea having to go through Division 2 and winning that tournament to be here. Pretty impressive all the way through, although we're expected to breeze through that tournament as we see Ego Maria taking the new ball at the other end. High school end, of course, the commentary box that we're positioned in is an old high school. More than likely take a look at some of our beautiful shots here, some of the mountains on the other side as well. Big full toss, and almost a half chance in the infield, but off the middle of Nikhil Pol's bat for 4. First boundary of the tournament. Nikhil Pol, the captain of the Japanese national team, looking to extend his arms and gets an opportunity there with a rank full toss, it must be said. Loosener just to get going. A couple of words of encouragement for Ego Maria in the form of his teammate. Overcorrecting, if anything, and given as a wide. Just joined us, first of all, welcome. Day 1 of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier Division 1, match day 1. Japan taking on PNG. Fiji with the bye, they play tomorrow. They take on the hosts, PNG with a day off tomorrow. Not quite in Pol's arc there. Chance to run through the team. First we look at the hosts and Nihar Palmer joining Nikhil Pol opening the batting. Nihar made some headlines last week on their tour of Singapore, blasting the highest ever score by a Japanese international player on either the men's or women's side and at any level, whether it be underage or senior international cricket. Again, maybe just a tad slow, or Maria not quite pushing through as much as we've come to know of him, albeit with limited resources available. On the up, glorious on drive, and well and truly over the rope for 6, no doubt about that one. Into the tea room at the Sano International Cricket Ground, class personified, this shot. Just take a look at the replay, just waiting on this. Technique and the form is excellent from the skipper. Just running through the team. Nikhil Pol and Nihar Palmer opening the batting for Japan. Hugo Tani Kelly listed at 3. Kazumo Stafford at 4. And Charlie Harahins top 5. short and wide this time. And Hull might get two with the slight misfield in the end, smartly turning themselves away from that idea and just running through the rest of Japanese 11. Kaisei Kobayashi dog it, or K-dog to his mates. Tomo Ria, Skylar Nakayama Cook, Ryuki Ozeki, Gabby Harahins, and Kai Wall, number 11 listed. Say at home in home conditions, they are the tournament favourites, although I suspect that the Garamoots of PNG will have plenty to say about that over the course of this week. Armstrong in defence. And plenty going on there with that Nikhil pole 6. $13 for no loss, 2 overs gone. Robin to continue. Give it a wide by the umpire at the far end. As mentioned, a double round robin tournament this. Every team will play each of the other two teams twice. Most points at the end of the tournament wins. And go on to that under-19 Cricket World Cup early next year in Namibia and Zimbabwe. Not quite there to cut Nikhil Pole, as he's probably admonished to himself. A little bit more energy there, and I've just get the feeling that Robin's just working into his spell now a little bit quicker than the over previous. The good news out of, I suppose, the world of under-19 Cricket World Cup qualifying was that in the Africa region, Namibia will not be at the tournament they're hosting next year, and losing out to Tanzania in the Africa qualifier. Bakrania's team there winning. Left alone, and definitely pushing it through a fraction quicker than he was in the over before. Going back to that story, Tanzania beating Namibia early in that tournament. Bakrania, a nightmare for Namibia, as he was as a 14-year-old 4 years ago. Did a similar job on them in taking a 5-wicket haul. Namibia did go on to qualify for that particular event, but the early defeat there meant that Tanzania could run away, beating everyone else and finishing undefeated. Worked away on the leg side by Pole, just given the opportunity to work off his pads. And just going back to a story as mentioned in the previous over. Neha Palmer against Singapore under-19s on their recent tour there, their preparation tour for this particular tournament. Was curtailed quite a bit by rain, but Neha managed to steal the headlines with a score of 160 off 133 balls, hit 19 fours and 2 sixes in that effort. As mentioned, the highest score by a Japanese international at any level, men's or women's. Down the leg side, unable to work that away. The weather certainly has brightened up after some rain yesterday. The weather overall today has been not too bad either, more just the wet surrounding of the square, more on the infield than anything else, and the run-ups being affected by that water running down off the slope of the square. Educated that from Palmer, on the inside edge there, but he works away for another single. Plenty of rain curtailing the preparation of the surface. Yesterday, in the end, quite a few members of the Japanese team actually jumped on and helped out to ensure that it was as fit for play as they could make it. Left alone again. So the angle across the left-hander from Robin, not drawing a shot from the skipper. Three overs gone, 16 for no loss. Of course, you're watching us on YouTube on the Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel. Welcome to you all. Let us know where you are watching in the comments. Any questions you might potentially have of Japanese international cricket or anything going on in the world of associate cricket. We'll be joined by a number of guests involved in EAP cricket over the course of the week. Almost tried to turn that into a half volley there. Palmer to no avail. He's off to a slower start, but he has been deprived of the strike so far, with the skipper just working away with a few singles and some bits and pieces at the end of overs thus far. As we mentioned before, if you've just joined us, it's a 35 over a side game with the wet weather that we had yesterday and the conditions not being quite fit for play earlier this morning. On the up. Half a shout of a catch cry from Garamut's fielders. And wide of the two men in the cover and point region. I'm not trying to maybe generalise too much. PNG for a number of years in both underage cricket and the senior side have been renowned for their fielding abilities and their energy, and early impressions are that it's the same here with this class of under-19 cricketers. Just looking for some clarification on Frank Namit playing in number 5 at mid-off, just helping his opening charger in Iga Morea at mid-off with some words of encouragement. Pole lamenting a little bit. This wicket is on the slower side. It's been tough to put up. The wicket here. Sano. On the up, wide of the cover and mid-off fielders. Not in full control there from the skipper. And luckily for him, wide of any waiting hands. Teams sort of feel each other out in this first match. It'll be interesting to see what Japan are looking at as a defendable total, not only with the overs lost, but the slightly slower pitch conditions here today. Four overs gone, Japan 18 for no loss. Go through the PNG side today, as we mentioned, Frank Namit at mid-off listed to open the batting with Daunty Tom, Vagivani at 3, Captain Gubba Frank at 4, Rawua Dekana, familiar name, seen his father represent PNG at international level. He's batting at 5 of the same name. Lekwa now 6, and also taking the gloves. Anthony David at 7, David Mala, Kuala Puka, Iga Maria, and this man here, Wawe Robin. So now to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Definitely asked enough questions a moment or so ago to Nikhil Pol, wondering what the thinking might be behind the decision to change sides. Worked in behind square on the offside, skipper. Noticing, if anything, maybe a little bit more pace coming back from this end. Kurosawa mountain range behind Robin, the mountain end that he's bowling from. Let's wreak havoc with some of the weather here in Sano, just speaking to a few people involved in the JCA. Palmer, as you can see, maybe just enjoying a little bit more pace from this end, working behind square, just like his partner at the other end. Noticing a question on the YouTube stream about the tiebreaker if teams were to end on the same number of points. The first tiebreaker, most number of wins, it's assuming if there's probably some rain about, and then it's net run rate. Again, Pol happy to work into the offside. So just to reiterate on that, the team with the most number of wins in the double round robin will be placed in the higher position, assuming the same number of points. And that's mainly just to factor in any wet weather at play. If a team was to, say, pick up 2 no results and 1 point from each of those games, and then being on the same points total, and then we would go to a net run rate. So teams know that maybe with a 35 over a side game, that the net run rate warps just a little bit. Talking to a few people involved in Japan. I'm happy to defend. Talking to a couple of members in the Japanese camp, both sides were trying to get on as soon as possible, but speaking to some of the Japan coaching staff, they were hoping for this game to almost be as long as possible. I figured that as the overs come in, the more it sort of plays Papua New Guinea into the game. They did earmark a few power hitters on the PNG side. Palmer getting himself in a little bit of a tangle there, but he does work a nice single into the leg side. Robin picked up a wicket in every single match of their Qualifier 2 Division 2 campaign, the end of the over. That single takes them to 22 for no loss. Just going back to my opening bowler, Robin, who just bowled the previous over. 1 for 25 off 7 against Indonesia, 3 for 14 against Vanuatu, 1 for 9 off 5 against Samoa, 3 for 8 again against Indonesia. The tournament final. Played everyone once, and then the final. Straight to the man at backward point. could arguably have the best seat in the house here at the Sano International Cricket Ground. We're perched up in the old high school in the commentary box. Not quite exactly straight on as you see on your streams at home, but almost the next best thing. Sort of looking over Nikhil Pol's left shoulder at the non-striker's end as you're viewing the stream now. Palmer happy to defend. Go through some of that Division 2 qualifying. Murray was a little bit unsuccessful early in the tournament, but worked his way in with wickets against Vanuatu and Indonesia. Half volley and swatted, not quite out of the middle of the bat. Won't reach the rope. And in the end, they're satisfied with 2. It was a good group chase by no fewer than 3 PNG Garrymilk players as they all get around each other. The prospect here, of course, an exciting one for the EAP region and the 3 teams here. The winners going on to compete at the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup in Namibia and Zimbabwe next year. A big moment for whoever it will be to go on and progress and compete there. And all 3 teams here at the tournament have experience at Under-19 World Cup level now. Papua New Guinea, of course, probably the most illustrious in terms of that, but and were a recent entrant. Before that, we did see Fiji take part in an Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, and on the women's side, we saw the qualification of Samoa for the tournament that was played earlier this year. Tucked up there is Palmer and unable to work into a gap. See again, once again, racing through the end of the 6th over, 24 for no loss, Japan. Again, worth reiterating that the power play won, with only 2 fielders, of course, allowed outside the inner circle. Power play of just 7 overs today, of course, with the reduced game, as you can see on the score on the coverage. 35 over game here, just due to the wet infield. Robin to bowl a 4th over. It does well to whip into the leg side. And they come back and run. Not a scurry by any means, but a well calculated second run. Ball was too early, particularly from Palmer, who was keen to get in and out. As you mentioned, all 3 teams here have experience at the next level. Fiji, of course, competing in 2016, one and only appearance, Japan in 2020. Oh, and so close to chopping on there. The skipper again, being tangled a couple of times by that Robin angle, this time back to the left-hander, coming from around the wicket. Of course, PNG 9 times entrance at the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup. Collected 3 wins in their 52 outings in the tournament's history for them. And again, Robin asking questions, a little bit of energy around, thinking that that might have been a drop chance, although to the naked eye to be a bump ball. I'm saying that from about 100 metres away, in fairness. Pole's gone back to that cut shot, which has earned him a nice little start to begin his day. To 17. Build up to this tournament. Not only that tour of Singapore for Japan, they also held their Futures League here in Sano. It was taken out by the Gorillas, and one of the men in this team, Charlie Hutter-Hins, player of the match in that final. Ended up, despite only batting twice at the tournament, finished as the equal second top run scorer. 22 runs of strike rate of 131.43, an average of 46 as well, of course. And dismissed in both of his innings. Wide, unable to capitalise on the opportunity. Disappointed with himself. Quite got off to maybe the electric start that a few were expecting, although he has seen a lot of action at the slower end of the playing surface thus far. 7 overs gone. From Cole to turn his man back and end of the first power play. Just noticing around, not a change to the field, so not sure if that news has been conveyed to the captain in Gabba Frank, or they're more than happy just to keep 2 men out. Good Yorker there. Quick call from Pole, and he scurries to the non-striker's end for a well-run single. Set off as soon as he could. Just like his partner, off and about quickly, albeit off the back foot. He races away for a single at the other end. Pole wanted one in the end. Smartly decides against it. Final ball coming from this 8th over. again. So technically sound is Nikhil Pol. And he fills his boots with 4 more. Compact and technically sound by Palmer, but straight to the man at cover. PNG more than happy to keep on keeping on with the opening bowlers. Wawe Robin. But Palmer can't make the most of the opportunity. Berates himself for missing out on that one. But again, probably just a sign that, if anything, this side of the square is a little bit quicker coming through. Had that been at the other end, Michael hits the middle of his bat and goes away through a gap. Todd Luckhurst and the ground staff here at JCA have done a magnificent job just to get this ground up to speed for match day 1. Some inclement weather yesterday, as mentioned. Take a look at the surface there. A little bit more on the greener side. That's by design, given you have a lot of cricket on this surface, and the idea is to have a little bit more zip through. Palmer unable to time that one to his liking. This time happy to bend. Over in the offing for Robin. Finish off here. On the mountain's end. Mountains you have to see on the stream at various points here today. Picturesque part of the world, it must be said. Grateful to be here watching on. And the umpires deem that not a wide, possibly because Palmer's just moved across there a little bit. Seemed it too close to the leg stump. It means it's maiden over for the Papua New Guinea Garamuts. 31 for no loss. 9 overs gone here in Sano. Plenty happening here in Sano, Tochigi Prefecture of Japan. It's about 80 kilometers north of central Tokyo. Get up here either by car or by train. Of course, 2 airports in Tokyo as well. Either side of the metropolis. Again, none changed. Maria continues. Oh, there's a tight single here. Mid-off was interested, but the throw not up to scratch. Pole did get out of the blocks reasonably quickly. Name it. Get off there. Able to challenge the stumps at least on the full. A little bit stuck and bogged in the grass just in front of the square. Again, Palmer unable to beat the fielder. Just trying to manufacture some shots either side of the men in the infield. Quite being able to conjure up anything of note. We have mentioned a couple of times already that it's been sort of unfortunately batting at this particular end where things might be a tad slower. Again, a telltale sign of the speed at that end. I've got Igor Morea. One of the few, in fact the only player in the squad representing the Potter Cricket Association. A huge shout out to everyone there. A little tickle, everyone's gone up except for the umpire. There's no giveaway from Palmer suggesting that he did nick it. Everyone around the bat was convinced that took a little bit of a deflection off the outside edge. Man from the Parabata village, so close to PNG's campaign underway. Half volley, but again, Palmer is unable to beat the field. Just to give you an indication of where Maria hails from, Portabata village is about a 40-minute drive from the middle of Port Moresby. Many of the squad members are playing their club cricket in the Port Moresby Cricket Association, a couple from the Pari Cricket Association as well. Whipped over the top. And hasn't been able to hit through the field, and Palmer's decided he's going to hit over it, and he'll pick up 2. Ends the 10th over. 36 for none, Japan. Match day 1 of this ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier Division 1. Tricky day for both teams with the revised overs and first day on this surface, not quite knowing what a pass score would look like, and as mentioned, throwing in the revised overs calculation from the Japan squad. Down the leg side goes Robin, another wide. So again, more than happy to continue bowling out their overs. Of course, can only bowl 7 overs each today, with the 35 overs revised for both teams. Start of Robin's 6th over, so no real plans of coming back at the death. Athletic stop at backward point. Plenty of attention. Malapuka, the man at backward point there, little somersault just to sweeten the deal. A little bit of mayo there, but it's a standard we're going to have from Garamutz. Then look out the rest of the tournament. Again, 3 men converging on the ball there for Papua New Guinea. One thing about the infielders here at Papua New Guinea that haven't exactly been on the circle either, so pushing the ones has been a tricky prospect too for both of these players. We're only about 19 metres away from the bat. Miss hit, but we'll get away with it for now. Pick up just the one at the top of the mid-wicket fielder. The man at cover. This time, Palmer finds the gap. Pick up just the 2 again. It's a wonderful chase by the Garamutz. 40 comes up. Palmer moves to double figures. Japan 40 for no loss. 11 overs gone. Insano. To finally get a change in the bowling with the Sano International Cricket Ground. It's a man who turned a few heads in the field just a few moments ago, Walapulka. His left arm orthodox. Maybe targeting the man. He's actually at the non-strikers end at the moment, but he wants to pick up the captain here in Nikhil Pol. Masterstroke of the decision. Of course, now into power play 2, so a few changes in the field. No more than 4 outside. 2 short. There's a man in the deep, a fall short of the man at deep backward square. Pol's just got to be a little bit careful here. He's made a nice little start to his innings. The last thing he'd want to do is to throw it away. Done all the hard work in what's been a pretty tricky period. 2 sides of the wicket just slightly different to each other. Partner not quite off to maybe the quick start that he would like, and real shame had the captain thrown away his wicket early. Sweep is Palmer, but Unable to beat 45. Collision there between keeper and batter as well. Plays okay. Misses out on the opportunity again, just a fraction too short. It's worth reiterating here that a long way, the commentary box was a long way from the ground. Fraction too short. And can only punch to the man at short cover. This time finds the gap, Palmer. There's talk of two. The chase is good, but just as I say that, there's just a little fumble and mix-up in the outfield. Run a third. She wasn't getting to the ball. It was a clean pick-up and teamwork to retrieve it. I feel like they picked up a bonus one there. Just pick up the 1-2 for long on fielder. End of the 12th over. 45 for no loss. Japan just try to lift the run rate a tad here in Sano. Needs to be a double change for the Garamuts. Don't you see me? Number one on the back of new bowler Anthony David. He was a bit of a latecomer into Div 2 squad. Paddle there to no avail, although David straying down the leg side of the wide. He didn't play in the first outing. David against Indonesia in that Division 2 qualifier, then came through near the wicket in the final against Indonesia. 10 of his 5 overs in that particular outing. Pushed down to long off. Nikhil Pole holds the pose as well. Play a role also with the bat, Anthony David. Number 7. Score of note against Samoa in that qualifier, which was held in Samoa. It's been, from an EAP point of view, I should say, been a very successful year for Samoan international cricket. It was not here at this particular tournament, with PNG edging past them. Shuffles across Palmer and beats the man at point. Should pick up a second as well. Noticed in the last 2 or 3 overs, maybe without taking a wicket, Papua New Guinea fielders just dropped their heads maybe a tad. And going back to Samoa, of course, qualifying for that hybrid Asia/East Asia Pacific T20 World Cup qualifier later in the year in Oman. Japan will be there as well, of course, having got through their respective sub-regional qualifiers. Palmer again backing across, but this time unable to beat backward point. Of course, the women's under-19s team for Samoa shocking the field in Bali and winning that qualifier, going on to play at the under-19 women's T20 World Cup in Malaysia earlier this year. A little bit more competition in the AAP region and strengthen it. Palmer needing to push that one past his opposite fellow opening batter for one. Next one now, keeping wicket for PNG, happy to keep up with the stumps. Again, a little bit of Groundhog Day there with Pole happy just to push down the ground for one. So David's first over goes for 7. One ball left in. Over, my apologies. I'm a little bit ahead of myself here. Man, so to me trying to prematurely end the over. There is the end of the 13th over. 51 for no loss. Japan building a nice little platform for themselves here at the home of cricket in Japan, Sano International Cricket Ground. Again, if you've just joined us, Japan won the toss, selected to bat. A little bit of talk just with the weather about. There might have been some chat about actually chasing and batting second, trying to chase down the target in 35 overs, but they were more than happy to come out and bat first, as we see Hooker continue with his left arm orthodox. We've just noticed and observed so far in the early goings on here, and maybe just a tad slower onto the bat. Cut hard, cut well out of the middle of the bat. That should beat both chasing fielders to the rope. Much needed boundary for the Japanese, just to look to continue their, say, a circumspect start, but maybe a tad slower than we would have liked, being able to maybe find a few more gaps. But most important thing for them, now no wickets down. In his second over, as we mentioned, one of the two Pari Cricket Association members of PNG. Arm orthodox, I think, would be more effective with the man that's currently standing on his bat at the other end. About under a half an hour drive from Port Moresby, in the opposite direction to Potterbar. It's well picked up that short cover. Seems to be racing through this over. Hooker, maybe just to try and arrest some control back after a wicketless start. But Paul not looking to take the bait there, more than happy just to push down to long on for a single. It's been a pretty mature knock so far from the skipper, albeit with maybe one or two sketchy shots, but everything so far going in Japan's favour. I'm delighted to be joined in the comm box by another voice, and a man that if you were to keep up with Japanese cricket you would hear and see a lot of, the head of cricket operations here, man wearing many hats, of course, Alan Kerr. Thank you for joining me up here in the skybox. That's fantastic. I feel great being here in Sano, first time here. Thank you for having me as we see Anthony David continuing. Well, this was going to be my next question. Okay. Yeah. It sounds slightly more important, I think. They're on there. Yeah. Well, again, seen so often already in this innings. I've got a fun fact about Edinburgh, actually. Very self-indulgent, but Edinburgh's sister city is Gosford, where I grew up. So, no, little fun fact. Yeah. 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 Yep. Palmer defends again. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too much different to some of the grounds around the world that have their own sort of quirks and curiosities. You think of Canterbury, the ground there in Kent. They got rid of the tree, which was a bit sad. Yeah. One of the yes. End of the over, 58 for no loss, 15 overs gone. Of course, a 35 over a side match, as you see there on the scorecard. Well bowled. For a moment there, I thought he might have outstretched there. Palmer, as we maybe sort out a few technical gremlins on our side. I don't know, your pearls of wisdom may have gone a little unheard there over the last over or two, so apologies to everyone watching on. Might need to ask a few of the same questions.
I'll try pressing some buttons.
I think I got there. I think
you reckon?
Eventually, I think that one having been pushed down.
All right, well, I'll keep talking for a bit, and I'll see if anyone can let me know.
Yeah, just take a look at the YouTube comments. As we see Palmer again, struggling to get going a little bit today.
I've had a fair few messages coming in saying I can't hear you. So I'll just reply back to people. Here we go. Todd's told me I'm back on. Thanks, Todd.
Okay.
Oh, where do we begin? I've used all my good stuff up.
We'll talk about.
It's been a day for technical issues.
Yeah. Day one is always a tricky one for everyone involved. But
at least I know which button to press. Thanks to a few dads of the players out there who are sending me messages, particularly David Cook. It must be about 3 in the morning in the UK, so good to see he's watching. Big John Stafford, I know he's always watching. Yeah, a bit of a morning of it today, wasn't it?
Yeah, in so many different ways. We'll probably talk about it at the end of the over in a little bit more detail as Hooker races through. I'm really liking what I've seen so far from Koala Hooker into the over.
Yeah, the left arm spinner always white ball kryptonite, isn't it?
Yeah, especially against the likes of Palmer, who and at this end as well, been a clear tactic from Gubba Frank and PNG to bowl him at this end. 58 for no loss, 16 overs gone. So I suppose I'll almost reintroduce you, Alan, but it's been, well, it will be a bumper summer of cricket here in Japan, which had already begun even before this tournament with the Japan Futures League and the build-up to here. The Japanese under-19 men went to Singapore, and we're a little bit curtailed by weather, but we're able to get a little bit out of that. We've got the JPL coming up, men's tri-series and bilateral series, and women's international cricket in a moment. I'll get you to discuss that as David runs in.
Yeah, it's a serious stint this year. We had the Futures League last weekend, And prior to that, the under-19 boys were in Singapore. So I guess that was the start of it. I think they flew on the 11th of April. And so we've got this week. Straight after this, we lead into the Japan Premier League, which is 3, 4, 5 of May. Straight after the Premier League, from the 11th to from the 7th to the 11th, we're hosting a tri-series between Japan, Thailand, and the Cook Islands in the men's. After that finishes on the 11th, the 13th and 14th, we're playing 2 more games against the Cook Islands, just in a bilateral series for them to make the most of their time here. Then after that, we've got women's and girls under 16s, under 19s. For the first time we're ever hosting those. Those are back-to-back weekends. Straight after that, we're going to the Women's Premier League. Then straight after that, into a 5-team women's international tournament. So that will all finish on the 8th of June. So it's basically cricket non-stop for 2 months. And come the 9th of June, Daniel, I am going to have a lie down.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. I know you've been up all hours of the night. I mean, I knew this as I was picking up and answering WhatsApps from you at God knows what time, going back a couple of weeks, and knew you had your work cut out for you. We'll talk about that in a second. Palmer just into the leg side, but I mean, it's the trials and tribulations of an associate member, isn't it, when you're putting on so much cricket with the team that you have. And I know you've been able to bring in maybe 1 or 2 extra people with some extra funding from the JOC. We might be able to talk about that a little bit later, but it's still a case of making a lot with not as many hands as you would like, you know, such is the life of an associate member, as we see David in again. Just for one, which should be picked up cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been all change really at the start of this year. The Japan Olympic Committee have got behind us. That started back end of last year, but it's kind of the impact's really starting now as we're able to bring in more staff, and it's something that I've been talking about for the last 6 months. Is that, you know, it feels like Olympic inclusion was announced forever ago, like 18 months ago, but it's only really now this impact is being felt. Shot.
Well struck into the cover region. I don't think that's going to be picked up by either fielder as it hits the rope for a boundary.
So yeah, being able to bring in Sotowada started this month. Who else started? Benjamin Ito Davis has started this month with us. Mahesh Bob Hagi is over here. There's others, but I'm a bit fried. But you know, our staff is growing. Hiromi Suzuki has started with us. Tetsuo Fuji has started with us. Naoki Shimamura has started with us in the PR role. I mean, that's all in the last, 3 months. So, yeah, our tea room is pretty crowded now.
Yeah.
Anyone who's been to the tea room knows that it is also the JCA office. Our staff meetings are becoming a bit of a problem. There's just not enough space. We need a second tea room, I reckon. I'm starting the campaign now. So yeah, it's really positive and it's really exciting, and it's really showing the growth and the potential to take things forward. You know, we've always been, I feel like we've grown a lot in the time that I've been here, but I always felt like you needed that one thing to happen to really accelerate, and I kind of feel that has happened now, and the next thing is really to get these performances on the pitch ready and start competing in global events on a regular basis is the aim.
That was Palmer's first boundary at the end of last over. On the up, and the easiest of catches for Anthony David, who's just come and finished his over at the other end. And Walapuka, the man who entrusted to be at this end in slower conditions, has picked up the skipper.
Yeah, disappointing way to end, but for a guy who's hardly batted in the last month or so because of a slight strain on his hamstring, he's given Japan a pretty good start here. We're halfway through the innings, and that's the first wicket down. I think 65 on the board is a pretty solid platform for us to be in. It'll be interesting to see which way the coaches go in terms of the next batter in. I can't figure out who that is from here, Daniel. Is that Hugo Tani-Kelly? I think it might be. So I thought they might have perhaps looked to go for one of the lefties. I thought perhaps Kazuma, Kato Stafford or Charlie Harahins might have come in because they are a bit more, a bit busier at the crease and perhaps look to accelerate the scoring. But, you know, we've seen from the under-19 team a little bit that sometimes one brings two, and after a good start like this, we want to build on that. So, you know, we're not tearing things up, but we're not certainly not in any difficulties either. So I think the boys have been going pretty well. And actually, whilst I was off on my muffled comms, we did talk about how left arm spinners are just the kryptonite the world over in white ball cricket, aren't they?
Yeah, it's taken the wind out of the sails here from a Japanese point of view. Nikhil Pol, it's a soft dismissal after making such a good start to his campaign. A couple of opportunities, maybe not quite half chances, but there were, I can think of one pull shot into the leg side which fell just short of the outfielder and a couple of mishits here and there. It's been largely chanceless, and to, I don't want to say throw his wicket away, but to give what is considered an easy chance up to be taken for Papua New Guinea just gives the opportunity for the Garamouts just to work their way back into the game. Just looking here at their chat in the middle, so we're not that far away from. In fact, this is, I suppose, a quasi drinks break.
I'm assuming they've taken a proper drinks break because we're at the 17th, we're in the 18th hour,
yeah.
so halfway point. I guess they've decided to take drinks.
Even
it was a pretty long break, but I think what that dismissal shows, Daniel, is that the field itself, the pitch itself, is perhaps a bit more tacky than these guys have shown. Like, yes, the scoring's been a bit slow, but our boys, you know, we do have the added advantage that we've played on this strip over the weekend, gone for the Futures League, and I think it's probably not that easy to ban on, particularly with the rain that's been around. Yesterday it'll be a bit stodgy, so I think the guys have done pretty well to get where they are, and I think that one probably just held up a little bit and didn't quite get through the shot as much as he would have liked, and hence just chipping it to the fielder.
Yeah, you wouldn't have heard it given you were probably elsewhere doing one of about 50 other jobs here, but I felt the observation here has been that actually both ends of the wicket have been a little bit different. Coming back the other way, Larry Robin was able to generate a little bit more pace than his opposite opener, Maria. You see Tony Kelly with his first ball. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, Hugo's great. He came over, I'm trying to think now, I think about 18 months ago. And he played in the, it must have been 2 years ago, I guess. He must have played in the Futures League 2 years ago.
Risky single, sorry Alan. In the end, raced through easily for the one.
He was a young fella, and we could see that he came for a training session first. And the guys got pretty excited about him as a batter. And then when speaking to his parents, we found out that he was being used more as an off-spinner primarily in club cricket back in Brisbane. And he, you know, we saw definitely plenty of talent with the bat, and we saw him as a future top order. But at that time, he probably was just a bit small. But he's basically doubled in size in the last 18 months. I mean, it's crazy. And I saw him yesterday, and I hadn't seen him for a little while. And said hello to him. I was just, hi Alan, come back. I was like, whoa. I've had that from a couple of the boys, but his was very, very noticeable. And he's, yeah, significantly taller, and I think that's really helping him with his batting, particularly in that he's able to, you know, generate a bit more power now. And I know he scored his first 100 in club cricket at the start of the Aussie season, I guess, probably 6 months ago by now. But of course, his big claim to fame is his half century against India at the Asia Cup back in December. And he's still in the under-16 team as well. So he's a young fella still, with a bright future, we think. And I know that you took pictures of the Sano cricket poster that's up around town, and there he is, front and centre of that as well.
Yeah, taking some paraphernalia home with me, you can be sure of that. The end of the 18th over, a successful one if you're a Garamouts fan, with a wicket of Nikhil Pol, 67 for 1. We go Tani Kelly, the new batter, joining Nihar Palmer, who's been unable just to maybe work the strike round as much as he would probably like to, although he's just worked his way into his innings, and now a little bit more responsibility perhaps on his shoulders given the loss of his opening partner. Looks as if David will continue again. He took the catch of that wicket. Big shout of yes in the end, once the ball had skipped past the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, Nihar's role is very much the anchor. That's always been his game. What's been quite exciting for us watching on over the last probably 6 to 9 months is to see him start to get a bit more expansive, particularly as he finds his feet and builds his way into an innings. I know that's something former coach Dino Ruhode spoke to him about a lot. Dino's been on to me today already. He's watching intently. G'day, Dino. Yeah, Dino worked with him a lot, and I know certainly when Nihal was scoring his first club 100 earlier this season, he was quick to credit the work that he'd done with Dino over the 3 years that he was here in Japan. Of course, Nihal, born in Japan, lived here his whole life until about 2 years ago, and his father suddenly got offered a fantastic job in New Zealand and took it and went. Which probably for Nihal's development couldn't have been better timed, actually, and that he's able, just as he's now filling out, becoming more of a man, he's able to play senior cricket at a higher level. I think that's done him a lot of good. But yeah, so many of these kids, watching them grow up is certainly one of the biggest, I guess, moments of pride that you have as an administrator, watching kids that have come through your junior system, and Nikhil and Nihal coming through the Cricket Blast program there, the Gower was fantastic. And yeah, we've seen all of these kids have got their own stories. You know, I know it's the same for any team, but you know, we've got all these boys here, 13 passport holders, and Nikhil, including Nikhil, Nihal is the only non-passport holder, but he was born here, as I said. So you know, it's a team that's really come together, and they've played a lot of cricket. You know, they've had the ACC stuff, Asia Cups, Premier Cups, World Cup qualifier here, World Cup qualifier in Darwin was about 20 months ago now, I guess. So yeah, as a team, they've played a lot together, and they're progressing and improving all the time.
Last ball of the 19th over here. Good one again for PNGs. They just try and stop the bleeding a little bit. The wicket in the previous over, and another quiet one. There, 4 dots to finish it. 69 for 1. You mentioned before you ran up here, Alan, but tough on day one, not only with the revised overs, but just not quite knowing with the conditions what a pass score might look like. You can have, you know, the home advantage as much as you want, but given those extra variables, it can be a little bit tougher to work out what a quote unquote good score would be as we see Puka return.
Yeah, we don't play a lot of 35 over cricket.
Yeah.
I guess all I can really go off is our 40 over comp, where, you know, 200 is sort of a minimum requirement, I think, in most of our 40 over comps, but they are played on the synthetic. So probably, given it's 35 overs, given it's on the turf, I know we were talking about it with the ground staff earlier. We're probably thinking that 180 would be a good score. You'd be happy with 180, but you probably want 200.
Yeah.
And the minimum is probably 150 to be in the game. You know, we're trying to talk about the strengths of both sides, and I would feel that perhaps the Japan. Off a shout there. I'm not sure anyone's getting that.
I wasn't sure if it's just the angle here that we're kind of at a little bit off centre, but yeah, just looking back at the stream, a little bit delayed, well and truly down the leg side.
I would say that the Japanese bowling is probably our strength. Nothing doing. That one looks a bit closer to me down there.
Yeah, more as we just take a look again. It's sliding down leg, but not as much. Not as long for the ball to travel there with the ball struck on the back pad like that.
But yeah, just our general thought is that the PNG batting will probably be their strength. So we'll have to see. You know, this first day of the tournament, we're very much feeling each other out a little bit, and to have sort of, you know, such a big game. Historically, these two teams over the last sort of 4 years, 6 years have been the two strongest at this age group level. Fiji, of course, did fantastically well to knock over PNG in the first game of the tournament in Darwin 2 years ago and be here. And they have been to their own World Cup, of course, back in 2016.
Yeah.
Funny, we had Tony DeZorzi of the current Proteas international playing for South Africa, and he was captaining South African under-19s in that tournament. And he said, yeah, if I had Fiji in my World Cup. And yeah, he had fond memories of that tournament in terms of the people he met, if not the way the team went. So it was a real learning curve for him. And that's, I think, what under-19 cricket is. It's such a learning opportunity for these players. And obviously, putting the shirt on and being able to represent Japan and Fiji. And Fiji is one thing, but as we've said a number of times, there's a place at the World Cup up for grabs, and that experience is one that will stay with any player for a lifetime.
You see Anthony David bowling his 5th over on the trot. I think there's 2 noises there. Umpire unmoved. We are a long way up and back here, but even here, I get the feeling that the acoustics, maybe with the trees and the mountains around, everything sort of stays sort of within our realms of hearing. I'm not sure what hearing is like. I thought mine wasn't particularly good, but I seem to pick up 2 noises on that occasion.
No,
so.
sound does carry up
Yeah.
to here. I've noticed that on the rare occasions I do get up here.
Oh, hello. Slipped out of his hand. And the signal eventually is a wide. Not sure if that was a no ball above the waist. It might have just looped to a point where it ended up kind of at the height of Tiny Kelly's pads, or the top flaps of the pads.
We had one in the 2nd over of the day. They got thrashed away to the boundary. I was a bit surprised it wasn't called.
Just got himself in a bit of a tangle there, Tiny Kelly, but umpire deeming that to be going down the leg side.
But yeah, I just thought when you get a ball like that, you do kind of want to throw the ball at it and see
Yeah.
what happens. But if the umpires aren't really calling, I guess you want to be a bit more cautious.
Not short of the 4th LBW shout in the space of 2 overs. Again, Japanese player. Again, Tiny Kelly surviving. It's been a good little stretch this, the last 5 overs or so from Papua New Guinea standpoint.
I guess the one thing to mention is although these boys have played a lot of cricket together, it's the first time playing in Japan. So that does bring its own pressure being at home. A lot of parents here.
I was going to ask, there's a big contingent from the families of the Japanese team. I'm, not too sure how many are based here or, travelling to come here, but it's good to see either way.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent amount. I think we had, certainly during the Futures League, I think loads. Yeah, a fair few down in the tea room this morning. Waiting patiently. There you go, he's got one away. Is that going to go, Daniel?
Yeah, worked that well into the offside square boundary. In the end, it's a great chase to make that only 2. It's been probably the best facet of their game thus far, PNG, outside of maybe 1 or 2 misfields. The energy has been up and about. End of the 21st over. And that 2 from Tani Kelly takes him to 5, and Japan 73 for 1. 14 overs left now, and the run rate has just dropped maybe a touch in the last 5 overs or so, but you can see now what the outlook from a Japanese point of view is, and we'll talk about it in a moment as Puka is about to continue here. But you've got some senior team experience in the Japanese under-19 coaching staff in the likes of Kendall Karawaki Fleming and Reo Sakurano Thomas, who's Puka again. Down the track, Palmer unable to capitalise. It's been a great spell so far. You would think he'd bowl his 7 overs all the way through now. It just begs the question of who next.
Yeah, I don't think the boys will mind this. I'm going through his overs, left armour. Yeah, I think that, as you said, circumspect start, but 14 overs is still quite a long time, and plenty of time for some we've got plenty of guys who can swing the bat to come, and I would hope that there you go, signs that's going to land safe between 3 men. Signs that they want to get a move on. For these guys, yeah, first time playing international cricket on this pitch. They've all played here, of course, plenty of times in the Futures League and for the club cricket and the JPL. But it is different once you put the international shirt on.
Well timed, even if it is a push down the ground. Tiny Kelly. Just looking at PNG's bowling options now, as we mentioned, can only bowl 7 overs apiece, given it is a 35-over game. All 4 bowls have gone deep into their allotment in their opening spells. Again, Palmer times well, even though he wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. Gubba Frank, the captain, does bowl a little bit himself. Quite a lot. He took 4 for 26 against Indonesia in the Division 2 qualifier opener last year in Samoa, and actually in the final he proved to be a nuisance again. He took 2 for 18 off 8.5 overs, so I dare say he will get a chance to bowl himself. Tony Kelly, meanwhile, able to whip that into the leg side for a single. Hooker has raced through another over here, 77 for 1. Hooker 17 off his 6 overs.
And I can see you've had the stream up and plenty of comments coming in on the YouTube, and I would really recommend everyone, subscribe to our YouTube channel for all that cricket that I mentioned before about what's coming up, and following us on socials. I know we had a few guys sat in the waiting room for this game to get going this morning, so apologies for the lack of updates on the YouTube live stream. But if you're following us on X and on Facebook and on Instagram, we'll try and get stuff up on our stories. Certainly the tweets go out pretty regularly. They're the easiest to get out with regular updates in terms of delays and toss times, etc. So do follow us on there to keep up to speed with what's going on.
Man out there protecting the fine leg boundary, so that will just be the 1. Here's David's 6th over, so again looking as if they're going deep into their sets here, and it'd be interesting to see what Gubba Frank's decision is when he has to bowl a 5th and most likely a 6th bowler now, with everyone being so close to bowling their allotment. Just quite frankly needing someone to bowl at the other end next to him most likely. So I do see this a little bit actually in EAP cricket, more so in the sort of the southern half of EAP and the sub-regions, the likes of Fiji and Samoa in particular. They like to bowl their bowlers quite lengthy spells, even in the 50-over stuff.
Yeah, we've been a bit guilty of it ourselves, actually. Long opening spells from 2 seamers, often bowling 6-7 overs in their first spell. You just think, guys, you can have a rest. There's some good bowling will come. You can always come back later.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense if you're predominantly a new ball swing bowler. And I know in this competition we're only playing with 1 new ball. That's probably an important caveat. Everyone's used to the 2 new balls in one-day cricket. Just the 1 new ball in this
was a big discussion point in the technical meeting last night, wasn't it?
I'm actually glad we've got a bit of a dead ball situation to probably bring it up. But yeah, it's a bit of a sticky point, isn't it? Because I know from a resource point of view, it makes more sense, especially in EAP, where some of the travails are a little bit more difficult here than in other regions. Well struck, and into the gap.
Bang, 4, 1 bounce. Into the fence, over the advertising boards.
Threatening that for a couple of overs. You can see that he's had to sort of hold himself back here, Hugo Tani Kelly, but just given a little bit of room to swing those arms and work that into the leg side. Just looking back at the replay, not a whole lot of the line there, probably not quite there for it, but again, maybe just a chance to freeze arms and work into the leg side.
Yeah, the resources thing you're talking about, balls is one of the hardest things for us. It's so expensive. Buying them on its own is expensive, and then getting them shipped and taxed and everything else is a killer, really.
It's a good comeback from David, but Tani Kelly is smart. Half an appeal for a run out, but Tani Kelly calculated the run well. Take a look at looking back, he well and truly made his ground. Yeah, probably a question for you here, Alan, but with over 10 overs still left, but 9 wickets in hand. We'll just wait till this delivery. I'll just get the crystal ball for you in a moment. Room for Palmer, but unable to hoik past that fielder at mid-on, the end of the 23rd over. Japan 84 for 1. So maybe a two-pronged question. The key question I want to ask is what do you think? Is there a reshuffle in Japan's batting order in its future, given the situation that you're in now? Who are you sending out next in this situation?
Well, I would expect that. Oh, look at that! Our screens come on. Monitors on. As if by magic. I would expect that the two left-handers would come in next at 4 and 5, and I reckon that was probably penciled in from the start, probably with this plan in mind, for the openers to certainly the top 3 to suck up a lot of the balls, to take off the shine, and then really to go harder down the end. Guys like Charlie, Hins, and oh, look at that, it's glorious.
This will be tough to stop.
Over extra cover and away for 4.
That is, we've had a few quality shots today of real note. That one's right up there. You can think of maybe Nikhil Pol's on drive early in proceedings, but just Tani Kelly in this situation, just opening himself up there with a shuffle away from the ball and working that into the offside. Expertly played.
So yeah, I think those two boys, and then the man. Oh, has he picked him out? Oh, he's just over the top. I think he got a finger to that. Man with short fine leg.
Run's starting to flow a little bit now.
But then I'd expect to see the debutant, Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett, coming in at 6 probably, with him or Tom O'Rear, if we come in 6, 7.
You'll be happy to know we've already name dropped his nickname, K-Dog once already.
Good. Yeah, and
sure.
what I really like about the K-Dog, the Kaisei selection, is that it really demonstrates the pathway that we have here. So the Futures League is officially our under-19 trials. So Kaisei is a kid that we've actually known about for a little while, and that he came up to watch the Futures League 2 years ago. And I met him and his dad then, and they sat and watched, and he was 13 years old. And then so we knew about him, and he's actually a clubmate or a former clubmate of Ryan Drake in the men's team.
Yep.
And so we knew about him. He couldn't come last year, and he's come across this year and he's played, and he's shown what he can do, and he's straight in. And I think that makes that pathway very real. Likewise, we saw a year ago Alistair Kadawaki Fleming, the captain's brother, do well in the JPL, and then come straight into the Japan team for the series against Mongolia. Oh, full top, he's missed out. So yeah, the pathway is very much visible and established, and therefore to see. So we kind of set expectations. Kaisei made runs and took wickets in the Futures League, and managed to do enough to get himself in.
Wailapuka about to bowl out here. This time Palmer times better. Again, straight to the man at deep mid wicket. He's not on the fence there. Perhaps knowing that Palmer, feels like a bigger boundary out there, just with the wicket on this side of the square, the left side of the square. As you see on screen now, 24 overs gone, 92 for 1. And
so he's done, is he?
He's done. He
I'm happy to see the back of him.
Yeah,
good bowler.
1 for 25. He finishes from his 7 overs. Wailapuka has been the pick so far. And this is maybe a question that I don't particularly want to ask, but I feel like I might need to, as we just see David again. Palmer times that a little bit better. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. It's been given 6. I've got the feeling that actually pitched in front of the rope. I know we're a long way away here. Let's have a look at the replay. Everyone at home watching the stream is probably yelling at me, thinking that I've got it wrong.
That looks pretty comfortably for me.
Yeah,
the second bounce was very much, well, hey, I'll take the 2 runs. Yeah. Thanks very much, Amps.
The signal was very quick.
Yeah, Palmer, with a charmed life, I reckon.
Well, I'm actually I'm reconsidering the question I was going to ask, because I know it's not particularly a savoury topic in cricket at the moment, but there's almost a prospect of actually retiring him out in this situation, just given you've got so many wickets in hand. He's just not off to the quick start, but we have seen him score at a fair clip, especially in Singapore.
Yeah, you should ask our captain, men's team captain, about that. He went out to the match 60 and got retired in the game.
Yep, that's right. Yes,
and He's like, geez, I missed 2 balls and got retired. T10's pretty cutthroat.
It's a brutal game.
I don't think we're quite at that stage. We know that Nihar can turn it on. He's always been a player who likes to take his time and play himself in. He's done an excellent job out here for us today. He set this game up for us. And now that he's got Hugo's actually going along pretty well here, 20 of 24. So I think Nihar will be seeing the ball pretty well, and I reckon he'll be the one to perhaps take the game on a bit more now that he's been there so long. I don't think that, personally, I don't have an issue with retiring players out. I think it's part of the game. And I think tactically it often makes sense. I'm not sure, like I say, we're at that point in this particular contest just yet. Is it an unsavoury thing? Is it something that's been discussed?
Yeah, maybe unsavoury is the harsh word. On the up again. Palmer, those 2 men that cover both in the infield and in the outfield are very sort of close in terms of their...
Kind of in a line, aren't they?
Yeah. Just as...
One doesn't get the other one will.
Yeah, man's gone down here for PNG, jumping up to try and field that ball. And shouts for the doctor came imminently from the fielders around him, so some great signs. I'm just hoping it's maybe some sort of weird cramp that he's picked up. Harry, that
Physio's got to do some work.
He's raced out there as quick as a flash. Fair play. And the stretch went up straight away. So I'm hoping it's just a cramp. Might have just landed a little bit awkwardly, but it's not something you want to see on day 1 of a tournament.
Well, when you're this far from home, it's not like you can fly the replacement. We had the reverse situation in Papua New Guinea for the men's regional final back in 2023.
Yep.
The EAP regional final. Do you remember that? Remember that tournament?
I remember the tournament. I don't remember the moment.
No, just the concept of an EAP regional final. I was always quite fond of that. We don't have those anymore. Perhaps that's something else we can discuss. Yeah, we had Alex Shilai Patmore did his hamstring.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
And so we we were kind of looking around the reserves, and we were thinking, well, we had to call in our analyst, Marcus. Got called into the squad, who fortunately was there as an analyst and is also a wicket-keeper batter. But if another guy went down, the coach might have got the nod. Ugo Bedingfield was
ready to go,
stretching out, limbering up.
It's interesting you mentioned, the reserves. PNG actually named 4 reserves as injury replacements in their squad, and I remember looking at it while doing some preparation for the tournament and thinking, I'm not sure if there's going to be much scope of any of them actually getting here, as we see the player at least walking off under his own power, which is good to see. It's the skipper, which is it's a massive blow, because
he's likely to be the next
he would have probably bowled as well. So I tell you what, this is a real cat amongst the pigeons for the Garamuts.
Now, Daniel, hot off the press. Apparently, the umpires reversed their decision on that 6 earlier in the over.
There we go.
It was called as a 4.
I know we've got 4 eyes.
We've got 8 between us.
8 between us. And I thought for a moment, it's so quick to signal that. But yeah, glad the right decision came in the end. So we'll get that score updated for you on the bug. Meanwhile, yeah, we just see it did look like number 26. So yeah, well, Gabba Frank to go down is a huge blow for PNG. Reshuffle of the bowlers required, most likely. Tani Kelly, meanwhile, finds a little open pastures. Not sure if that's where he intended to put that ball. Not that he would mind too much. Take a look at the replay. End of the over. The 100 up for Japan, 101 for 1. Might have done him a disservice there, just looking at the replay. Manufacture that into the leg side well. Maybe just the angle there doing the in. That's David's 7 over allotment done as well.
So if you are looking at the live score on the stream, it will be showing incorrect. We're trying to get that fixed at the moment. Should have been fixed now.
Yeah, I think we're back to okay. Yeah.
Super.
So
yeah, commentator, scorer, consultant. I don't know.
Many hats, as we see a forced change in bowling, of course, with Hooker finishing his allotted overs. Of course, only 7 each here with this 35 over a side game. Brings David Marler into the equation. Marler is a curious one in that he didn't take part in the qualifier. Slightly slingy action. I'm not going to say he got away with one there. It's gone over sort of Palmer's shoulder there. David Taraka Palmer, he actually did take part in that qualifier.
It's a bit lucky that wasn't called a wide, I think.
Yeah, only bowled the once in the qualifier though. This hit and a drop chance at mid-wicket. It would have been a great catch. Been, on the whole, rather good in the field. Just going back, David Taraka. David Taraka Marler, Port Moresby Cricket Association product, as we mentioned, just bowled once against Vanuatu, none for 11 off his 3 overs. Made 27 off 38 with the bat against Samoa. Just over the top of the 2 infielders chasing this one.
The boys are definitely freeing their arms now, aren't they? They're chancing it a bit more, taking a few more risks, which are calculated risks, and I think that's a sensible way to be going about it at this stage in the game. Out of interest, Daniel, you know these guys better than I do, with the captain off the field. Who's running the show out right now? For Papua New Guinea. Put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I can see the panic.
They haven't got a named vice captain in the squad, so it might be a case of checking some body language. They should pick up a 2 here. Tony Kelly just muscling that wide of the mid-wicket fielder. I'm just looking around and just seeing who is running the ship here. I get the impression that Lekwa now, the wicketkeeper, might be the man trying to rally the troops. Garba Frank is yelling out, barking out instructions from the dugout.
We missed calling up the 100.
Dropped. There, 2 drop catches in the over. 2 tricky chances. This one the easier of the 2.
Think he mistimed his jump?
A little bit, yeah.
Hit reasonably well, but not straight out in the middle by Tony Kelly.
This is when you really have to rely on your team being a well-drilled unit. When the captain's gone off the field, and sometimes it's going to be hard in the under-19s when you've got a captain who's been, given some intel by the coaching staff, and independent thought might be a little bit harder to come by just coming through the pathways.
Yeah, I can't speak to the other teams, but we've been very keen with the Japan group to build a leadership group.
Yeah.
So Nikhil Kazuma is a named vice captain, and then Charlie and Niha are part of that group as well. So if there was to be a player off the field, then someone else can step in pretty easily, and we needed that, particularly after Nikhil did his hamstring and couldn't captain in Singapore. He went on the tour anyway, so I watched it rain for 5 days.
Yeah, he almost did as much as some of the other players there.
But he was at least able to sit and watch that first game and be there 100% with the coaches as they're talking about field placings and things like that. You can learn a lot from actually being off the field and seeing it from a different perspective. It's a common thing, is really getting the right fielders in the right place.
Yeah.
We even have it in our men's team sometimes.
Yeah.
It's something that I know Dougal is forever lamenting and kind of need players to sometimes step up and say, no, all right, that's my spot, I need to be fielding there. Nothing more annoying than seeing a 6 go over the head of Wataru Miyauchi at long on,
Off spin of Vargi Varney Maria. Varney, I should say, off spinner. 110 for 1 with that single.
The groundsman's boy. Varney, his dad was out in Korea as a consultant groundsman. Lovely fella. Good to see his boy out here representing the nation very proudly, I'm sure.
It's a bit of a theme of EAP on the whole, but PNG in Japan especially can be a real family affair.
Yeah, I don't reckon we've had too many sons of players turning up yet.
No, PNG have kind of got you covered on
plenty
on
of brothers.
Yeah.
A couple of twins as well. In the Futures League, I think we had 2 sets of twins. I don't think who the other one was, with the Hinsey boys. The Hala Hins, Gabby and Monty. I think it's another pair of twins. But my memory is stuck in there.
Wide of the infielder, but protection out in the sweeper, just the one. Yeah, familiar name, well, two familiar names in this team if you're a historian of the emerging game. Raua Takana Jr. His dad, of course, a PNG Barramundi in his time, and also Dai Mahuru. Mahuru Dai, and his father only recently retired from the national setup, going back a few years now. Well worked into quality time that may be a little bit better there. They will get one. The idea was good. The 45 is up there. Just looking to exploit the field as we come towards power play 3. We're not there just yet, so 5 fielders out allowed. Bowled him. He might have actually been done through his legs here. And the off-spinner Vargivani put in a pressure situation here at the back end of the innings. Picked up a key blow. Attacking the stumps there is Vargivani, even with the players looking to work him into the leg side. That one maybe just keeping a tad low.
I think you're right. May have just gone through his legs. Yep, and that's what comes when the team has to start taking a few more risks to try and get the scoreboard moving. I don't think it's a disaster by any means. The team would have expected that with risk comes, you know, the threat of wickets falling. But Kazuma Stafford comes out now. Been in reasonable form with the bat, half century in Singapore, and he was the leading run scorer at the end of day 1 in the Futures League for a less productive day 2. But probably known predominantly to people who watch cricket casually as a left-arm opening bowler. Yeah. But his batting has certainly come along. He actually made a 90 for the under-19s in Dubai in one of the pre-match warm-ups that the team had. So he's certainly capable. 90 off 60 odd balls, I think that was. And certainly there's a feeling that long-term he may well be a genuine all-rounder, pushing for a place in the senior team. So, yeah, this will be a big moment for him. He's got a half century, like I said, 2 half centuries at under 19 level. One against Singapore and one against, he got one in Darwin, but I forget who that was against.
Good shout in the end from Palmer to turn back the new batter, Kazuma Stafford. End of the 27th over, and Vargivani thrown in the deep end there with his off spin at the death. His first over of proceedings, and he's come out leaping almost like a barramundi out of the water. 7 overs gone. 113 for 2. Yeah, Kazuma Stafford is when you keep up with scorecards and watching streams, especially in that last under-19 cycle, he was a player that really did stand out. Japan had their fair share of good moments of that tournament, even with New Zealand back in it. Over the top of mid-wicket for a moment there, was very interested. They'll pick up 2.
Daniel, what have you made of the outfield today? I think because of the rain, and we should say that the rain mostly fell yesterday.
Yes.
And there hasn't really been any rain today. It's only pretty hot out there now. Quite happy to be in here. But I do think the outfield is slower than it usually is. We're not quite getting full value for shots. So I think that is contributing to the slightly lower score than people might be hoping for. But even that one, on another day, that one skids off and races to the boundary. But today, it just kind of stopped up pretty quickly.
Hit high and into the leg side, and in between the 2 fielders. One bounce and beats the man at long on for 4.
Tries to take the outfield out of the equation.
Yeah. Really did try and give that an almighty heave.
But again, it did kind of plug, didn't it, as it landed?
You're right. It's a tough one to explain because I think you're spot on. I think because of the rain, it has been a little bit slower. But you can kind of you look at it and you can kind of see how you would have days here where everything just races away.
Well, early in the season, particularly when the outfield's still a bit brown. I mean, it literally turned green overnight. It felt like certainly in the space of 2 or 3 days, it went from brown to green. Oh, he's got hold of that one. Cracking shot.
And that is where the ball seems to run away. It might be, is it a slight downhill? Maybe it's just the angle that we're kind of sitting at here, Alan. It feels
perhaps
like it's downhill a little
incline,
bit.
But not enough to be noticeable. I think he's just got that away with the fielder up in the circle. We mentioned it before. It's a pretty risk-free shot if you nail it. If you get any back net at all, back-to-back boundaries, that makes Palmer's strike rate look a bit healthier.
Yeah, this is already the second most prosperous over of the innings. This time he is unable to execute the scoop over the top. He's a man at 45. He's primarily just trying to hit one finer than him and maybe even over the top just to take the extra variable of safety on that one. We had a 12 run over in the early stages of the innings. But, since then, most prosperous over since. He's hit extremely hard, but it's just been a little bit of a trend in Palmer's innings so far. He's been good at picking the fielders out. And as someone who used to pick out the fielders a lot, I can sympathise with him, just admonishing himself. I was really good at hitting fielders.
Well, at least you're hitting the ball, mate.
Speaking of hitting the ball,
there we go. It's the third boundary of the over.
Palmer has found his groove.
And that's his half century too.
So a man who's been in excellent form coming into this tournament, he'd maybe be a little bit frustrated by the slowness of his innings today, but he's provided a great platform for the hosts as they build a score of around 200, and he's got the opportunity now to really finish things off as we see the start of the final power play, the end of 28 overs, 127 for 2.
One thing I will say, Daniel, is I've seen a lot of seam from Papua New Guinea today. Really just the one spin bowler who's been the most productive. One for 25 from Papua, and I think Japan's got a lot of spinners in our team, and they are our strength. So I think that will help probably in our bowling effort. But we will still focus for now on these last 7 overs and putting as many runs on the ball as we can. So how many off that over, Daniel? Was it 14 off that over? So 7 more of those, and we'll be looking very, very positive. Yeah, both wickets to fall have been to spin, haven't they?
Yeah, and it only takes, even in 50 over cricket or 35 over cricket as we have today, it only takes 1 over for you to turn around and say to yourself that a score of 200 is now within the realms of possibility. After Puka, Awala in particular Awala Puka was excellent with his spell to cut things back. It's a nice little rebuild again by Palmer.
Shot, that'll go.
He's found a gap again. Man in the deep will keep it to 1 though. Bring it and chase down. Yes.
But yeah, I've had the past score in front of me, and a couple of overs ago it was reading at 123, and it's shot up to 160 now. So just one big over, move things along pretty quickly.
That I'm fortunately not able to find the face of his bat. I do want to talk about in a moment, and Bhagivani will probably race this over, so it'll probably force me to kind of keep things on the game here. It might be a conversation for maybe at the end of the over, but with having New Zealand back in the qualification pathway, the last event, it sort of coattailed any chance of any of the associates qualifying. Full toss, and Kato Stafford will be upset not to jump on that opportunity. He does pick up one and get the man who's in the groove on strike. I want
to know where this is going, Daniel.
Yeah.
Trying to wind me up? Or?
No. It's, if anything, going to actually give your boys a real rap in that qualification campaign. We'll get to it in a moment. I think off the face of the bat, despite Varney's appeal to the umpire, just to wait the signal, looks to be off the bat. So 2 singles to finish that over, to bookend the 2 singles at the start. So a better over from a Papua New Guinea standpoint, 131 for 2. The question that I want to bring up, or at least the storyline that I want to bring up, was that in that qualifier in Darwin 2 years ago, you guys had New Zealand in a pretty precarious position in one point there. I think there might have been 120 for 6
120 for 6, yeah.
something along those lines, and then there was a partnership
They just
there.
got away there. Number 8, I think,
made a score of note. It really did push New Zealand in that particular qualifier.
We were 80 for 2 in the chase as well.
Yeah.
The chase was tough because I think they ended up making 290 in the end, and we were trying to chase them. And at 80 for 2, you're thinking, well, you know, we're making a fight of it, and we fell away a little bit. But that side.
Change of bowling. That's the opener. Ware Robin returning.
That Japan side was incredibly young. I mean, there's so many guys out here who were playing that. You know, a lot of this team were.
Yeah.
These two guys were.
Yeah.
The two guys who've been and gone both were. So we were basically playing an under-17s team in that tournament. Koji Hargrave Abe was the captain. He's one of the few who's aged out.
Yeah.
Arav Tuwari is aged out, and there's someone I'm missing as well. So there are a few guys who have aged out, but the core of the team is still very much the same. And I think that's what's exciting for us. And of course, that would have been the case in 2022 as well. Had COVID not taken out that qualifier, 2021 qualifier, it would have been. In the team from 2020 World Cup would have been much the same. We've only lost 3 guys that went to the World Cup, and Marcus, Sergei, Max Clements, and Soda Ichiki, and only 3 aging out of that class of 2019, if you like. So, you know, we do look to work to cycles. Sometimes that's out of your control. Sometimes the best players are just a bit younger, but
given some
shot.
wit.
That should go.
Palmer pummels this one to the fence for 4, and he's found his pomp here now. Man, coming off a bucket load of runs in Singapore, is starting to show his wares on home soil.
Yeah, I'm sure his dad will be watching keenly from New Zealand. Always excited about how his boy's doing, and certainly takes a bit of credit for Nihar's development. I know he's worked him pretty hard, make sure he doesn't slack off. He picked a pretty small gap there, Nihar. Happy with that.
Oh, for a moment, the wicketkeeper looked to be within range to take a diving catch. Actually, just out of his reach. Yeah, I posed this question to the men's senior coach, Dougal Bedingfield, already. I might get your take after this delivery. Turning this into almost an interrogation with you, Curry.
I'm all for it.
Bowled him. Down the track came Carter Stafford. Lost his head a little bit, and Ware Robin, well, he made no mistake. He's hit the top of off stump.
I think Kazuma's showing what I was about to say earlier. I think it is quite a hard pitch to start on, and I think Kaz has faced a few dot balls and just thought, you know what, I want to get a move on. Played the big shot and gone down swinging. Looks like Charlie Hara-Hibbs will be the next man out. Another guy with full international experience already. One replacing another. Another left-handed batter.
Player of the match in the Japan Futures League final, as well as the Gorillas took home the trophy. Got the chance to bat twice in
tournament
the
MVP
tournament,
too,
and one player of the tournament as well. Both sides bat and ball. Excellent. The question that I did want to pose to you before that last delivery, and we talked about the class of 2020 at the Under-19 World Cup, the class of 2 years ago, and the class now being actually quite a lot of the players from the last cycle into this cycle. Would you say that this is the strongest cohort that you've had come through the Under-19 system?
That one, yeah, I think it probably is. I think that the best players we have here are already part of the men's setup. I think that's probably the clearest way to judge it. In 2019, Marcus had been part of the men's setup, but nobody else was. I guess Kazumasa Hiratsuka was sort of in and around that group. So I guess you got 2 from each, but I do think that the the ceiling is higher here. I think a lot of these boys have just played a lot more cricket than the others, and so they're a bit more sort of savvy. And I think that in that last group, there were probably, certainly from the 2019 group, there are a few guys who I don't want to, talk negatively about them, but perhaps they were the best that we had in a fairly shallow pool. And I think now, 6 years on, our playing pool is a bit deeper, and our best is just a bit better. So I remember going into the World Cup, we had a form to fill out about the players. We had to send them to all the players, like, what's your highlight? And one of our players put scoring 49 in an under 15 league game, and I'm like, this is one of our top 6 batters, and he's never made a half century before. So, I mean, I think that in itself is, I won't name names, but that's indicative of perhaps where we were at that point. Whereas, you know, most of these guys have made proper runs and played, you know, decent level cricket, either in Japan playing senior men's cricket or overseas in their own leagues, and some of them are involved in, you know, Premier clubs in Australia or county age setups in England, or like I said, playing JCL Division 1 and Japan Premier League here in Japan. So yeah, I think this group, certainly I would have some faith that you know, if all goes well and if we make it to the World Cup, I think this is a team that could register a first win. I would hope that would certainly be our goal. You know, it's a bit harder now that they've got rid of one round of matches at the Under-19 World Cup.
Well lifted into the leg side.
No,
Hunter Hins,
he's not
didn't
hanging
look
around.
to hit the ball too hard there, but it's timed so well that it raced away. A couple of bounces and over the rope.
He's got some talent, this boy.
Just looks to have so much time. I know it didn't exactly sit up for him either. This end has been a little bit quicker through off the surface too. Just to be able to place that and dissect the two fielders.
I mean, I'm reluctant to talk him up too much, but I said that sort of our best now is better than our best was back then. And I think this kid's the 16, you know, Charlie Hardahins, and he's already established in the Japan men's team. And he's in there for his bowling, and we've just seen him come out and put that away. He talked about the future league, he made 66 and 40 odd balls, playing against under 23s, you know, so that's the end of Nihar Palmer.
An anchoring innings comes to an end, and a man who was thrown in the deep end again, Bhagivani, has swum to a second wicket, again making a mess of the stumps here at the high school end of the ground. Ends Palmer's knock proved to be an important one in Japan's assault towards 200, making the half century, picking up where Nikhil Pol left off earlier. And just keeping things ticking along. He's let the other men around him maybe go a little bit harder.
So it is the man on debut coming in, Kaisei Cameron Doggett. Hang on, that's not right. Kaisei Kobayashi Doggett. His dad's Cameron, so getting my Doggetts mixed up. Kobayashi Doggett. It's great. On debut, the young man.
Just another. Kobayashi Doggett quick to whip that into the leg side for one. Just another question to ask for Japan now, just losing Palmer at this stage of the innings. You've got now two guys in who are willing to free the arms and go. Two relatively, in the case of Hunter Hins, facing just his fifth delivery now. So two new batters at the crease with just over 4 overs left and an idea of 200. Again, well whipped into the leg side. This will be tough to stop for the man at long on. He does a really good job of retrieving, but it's an easy two. It just tells you how well that was placed.
They're a good fielding side, aren't they? I mean, he's got rounds. He's had to run round it, get it into his right arm and ping that back. It's a fair effort, but as you said, placement made two a pretty in the end for the batters. But yeah, I mean, look at, we're talking about the future. You know, both these kids are in the under-16 setup as well.
Yeah.
Japan under-16 team may well have their first tournament later this year, the ACC under-16. Whatever that's going to look like, we're not entirely sure yet. But you know, these two are both eligible to partake in that. A couple of others in this team as well. Skylar Nakayama Cook, he's still in that under-16 group. Tony Kelly, as I already mentioned, Tony Kelly is part of that group too. So, and another debutant in there today. Charlie's younger brother, Gabby Hinds, is also part of that group. So, you know, it looks like a pretty decent side, that Japan under-16 team.
Yeah. Bodes well for future cycles as well. I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very much a win now mentality, but you know, to have that sort of in your back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, this development experience for these boys, you know, there's always going to be this qualifying structure as long as they don't decide to make further changes. The EAP have had a spot in the '19 World Cup for a long, long time, and as long as that stays as it is, then I think that you know, the experience that these boys are getting, who will be back, as we're seeing now. Some of the older boys who are in Darwin, there's going to be players in this team who will come back again.
And what a start for the new man, Raua Dakana Jr. His first ball at the tournament, picks up his first wicket and thrown into a pressure situation, death over situation. He removes Kobayashi Doggett.
Yeah, he hasn't quite picked the bounce in that, has he? Gone across the line, and he's gestured to his partner that he reckoned it stayed a bit lower. I mean, it's at the top of the stumps. I think he just got up a bit quick. It looks like Tomo Rear, the next man in. Tomo, another homegrown product who's moved overseas, playing his cricket in England now as of about a year and a half ago.
Good little fight back this from Papua New Guinea, Garamuts. Raua Dakana Jr. following in his father's footsteps there. Not quite out of the middle, but good one to open your accounts for Tomo Rie. Take a look at Raua Dakana's numbers. He's still only 46 years old himself, so hasn't been...
That's senior, I presume, not the kid
senior,
out here.
yes. Last turned out for PNG back in 2012.
Well, he would have played against our CEO.
This time, but 1-2 in total. And we talk about, you know, the bit of a swear word in associate cricket, but status. Matches in Raua Senior's time didn't have T20I, universal T20I status, so a number of his international 2020 appearances are not called T20Is.
It's as if they never happened.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it?
You think they could have backdated it, couldn't you?
Yeah, possibly.
I don't really see any harm in doing that.
It would just be the one. Just didn't quite create enough separation from the long-on fielder there to turn it into a second. Tomo Rie.
That's the 150. Now, you asked me a little while ago now, Daniel, what a pass score would be, and I think I said a minimum score was 150 with a good score around 180 and a stretch target of 200. So we've made that point. The 150 now with what, 3.5 overs to go.
Has he picked out the long-on fielder? It's gone over his head. That's glorious. He didn't try to overhit that again. Charlie Hinds. My word, he's cleared the boundary by some distance. Just a flick of the wrists.
He's an unbelievable timer of the ball. He's not a big fella, and he's just lifted that. And I saw him do that a couple of times in the Future League final on that 66 that we've referred to a couple of times already. Clearing long on pretty comfortably.
Big top edge over just the fielder a backward point. In the end, does an excellent job to prevent a boundary and keeps it to 2.
It's really good bit of fielding again. That's 2 in recent overs where they've saved a couple of runs in the field.
Those runs saved also mean that Hutchins is not on strike for the start of the 33rd over. Mixed bag for Raul Decana Jr. A wicket with his first ball at the tournament before being hit for runs every ball afterwards, including that 6 of Hutchins over the long on fielder.
So I think if you're Tom O'Rear now, he's done his job so far, a couple of singles, and I think he'll be looking to do the same. Just Hutchins is 17 off 8. Let's get that boy on strike, isn't it?
Yeah, no sign of. I think I've just seen actually as soon as I thought that, it looks like Gabba Frank's actually back on the field at cover. So unlikely to see him at the bowling crease today. Just directing all of a sudden, yeah, it's just a different dynamic that someone out there actually sort of marshalling the troops. Meanwhile, man, sort of gone under the radar here. Vargivani's taken 2 for 16. Maybe not quite the shot that Tom O'Rear needs to play in this situation. Maybe just try and find that gap on the leg side. Yeah. Went out, of course. Power play 3. That's a better shot from Tom O'Rear with a single.
I guess I should just talk a little bit about the Hutchins family. Of course, it's 3 brothers. You mentioned there's Charlie out there in the middle now. There's his younger brother Gabby making his debut today, and Gabby has a twin brother, Monty. I first met those boys in 2020 on a pre-World Cup tour to Brisbane when we took the team out in a cricket store. The parents brought their three little boys down, and Gabby and Monty would have been, I don't know, I reckon they'd have been about 8, 9 years old. Charlie would have been 10, and they were tiny. And here we are, 2 of them playing for Japan 5, 6 years later. It's pretty awesome, and I think, even for Charlie himself having a brother on the team, it's got to be a great thing. But watching these guys, Charlie wasn't able to play in Darwin. He was rejected on age. We tried to get him selected after he came and impressed in the Futures League in Japan and put in the exceptional circumstances application, which was rejected. But then we did the same thing 3 months later for the ACC Premier Cup, and he was approved. So he was able to go in that, and after playing in the Premier Cup and starring in a few games there, he was very quickly into the men's team. Yeah, pretty fast acceleration.
Number 3 for Vargivani. He's been a thorn in the side of the hosts today. His aspirations of 200 seemingly go out the window, taking out arguably the most dangerous player in the batting lineup.
Yeah, it's a big wicket that will almost certainly bring that expected score down. My projected score prediction is still at 173 with that as that wicket goes in. I'd still say 170, 175, possibly 180 is an excellent score. But with now just 12 balls to go. Our batting, as you see a lot in under 19 cricket, I think you mentioned that New Zealand game in Darwin, and the fact that they had a guy at number 8 come out and make proper runs. Yeah. That is the difference between those full member teams and what we have. So the best batters are very much the top 6, but we have enough in our group that we can send guys who are in the team for their batting in at number 7, number 8. So as we see Skylar Nakayama Cook come to the crease, he's a perfectly capable batter. Made a couple of 40s in the Futures League, so he's no mug. He was opening the batting in the Futures League, and here he is coming in down the order. So no need to panic as we get into these last couple of overs.
There's the one to work into the leg side. The end of over 33. Vargivani, again, after the success of Awalapuka with his left arm orthodox, it's been the off spin of Vargivani to sort of carry the baton for The Garamuts, 33 overs gone, 12 balls remaining. It'd be interesting to see what they do with this particular over. Vargivani, every chance that he bowls the last. And it looks as if they're actually going to stick with Raua Dekana Jr., who took a wicket with his first ball and then got hit around a little bit, but that was with Charlie Harahins out in the middle. And you've got the likes of Rear and Nakayama Cook. Slightly different prospect here. Big over, you would actually probably acknowledge at this point now.
Big gap on that leg side. No one on the fence. One man making his way back now. He's not on the fence at square leg, but don't want to stray. Stands on the legs.
He might have cleared him as well.
That's the area he's aimed for.
Oh, and it would have been an unbelievable catch if he held on. In the end, it is palmed over the rope for a boundary. Geez, there'll be a few fielders and players on the PNG side lamenting the field positioning, as you rightly pointed out, Alan Kerr, in this situation. But my word, that would have been some catch.
Yeah, he's done pretty well to get as close to that as he did. But had he been on the rope, Daniel, he'd been running in.
Yeah,
it would be infinitely easier to take that catch. He's back on the rope now. 4 off the first ball. That just puts the pressure back on the bowler, doesn't it?
Goes again.
And he's hit slightly further round. And I reckon he's split the fielders.
I don't think he could have split them better if he tried.
Yep.
Priceless runs here for Japan at the back end of the innings.
And suddenly we're up to 170. 10 balls to go. 2 fielders left despairing at the end. Tom O'Reilly's dad's here today. He'll be happy with those 2 boundaries.
Swing and a miss. Idea was there.
Going for a little walk, have a bit of a chat with himself. He's hit those 2 boundaries. He doesn't need to hit every ball. I've been talking up the wrong batter. It's Skylar Nakayama Cook hitting the boundaries, not Tom O'Reilly. Yeah, these 2 boys both living in England, of course. Flew out together to Singapore. But these guys, they don't need to try and hit every ball to the boundary. You've got 2 boundaries now. Bat on ball has got to be the priority, hasn't it?
There is that bat on ball, but he might
picked him out this time.
It's a good catch in the end. Nice. Here you go, Maria. Man, open the bowling for PNG. In the danger zone at long on. Holds on to a pretty comfortable catch.
Oh, a little cameo there from Nakayama Cook. He'll be behind the stumps with the gloves in the second innings.
.71 for 7, fall of that wicket. 8 balls left in the innings. Ryuki Ozeki, is that the striker's end?
Yeah, I'd expect him to be in next. Local boy, Sano born and bred, so proud moment for him to be out here representing Japan. A Dazorzi favourite, he and Tony Dazorzi got on like a house on fire, yeah. Spent a bit of time getting coaching from the big man. Tony telling me on the day he departed Sano that working with Ryuki and having a conversation with Ryuki's mother through Google Translate was probably the highlight of his stay, and she was telling him that, you know, it had a huge impact on Ryuki and really given him confidence and enjoyment and being able to meet someone that he's seen playing in World Cups and Champions Trophies. To have him here has been such a huge motivation for him. It's a nice little story and a real indication of the power that a little bit of celebrity can go a long way in these parts, certainly.
172 for 7, last over of the innings. Yeah, worth sort of bringing that partnership back up and being able to bring someone of Tony Dezorzi's stature to Japan. What did that kind of partnership entail this year, and what's the future of that looking like?
I've got an email to reply to, actually. That's
sorry, I've just given you some more work to do.
Ikigai Sports. Yeah, Ikigai got in touch with us through the South African Embassy, saying they were keen to bring someone over, and Tony was their guy, and yeah, they want to look to grow that in a high performance.
Given the last over back to Igor Morea, who had one to bowl, just on that score bug there, a slight error. They had Frank Nemi as the bowler to open the bowling.
Yeah, so the Ikigai Sports Partnership is one of many partnerships that we have. You know, we've got the Titans in South Africa as well. We've got Sri Lanka Cricket, Cricket Victoria, the MCC, Queensland Cricket are having conversations with us at the moment. So, not to mention Sri Lanka Cricket too. Hoping to see. Well, we have as of yesterday. I got confirmation that Sri Lanka are going to be sending 4 players for the Women's Japan Premier League, which is very, very exciting. The Titans are having a team take part. They're sending 4 players, but they're taking over team ownership, which is really exciting. So, yeah, partnerships are doing as well, and that's going to be helping us develop these players and give them opportunities in the future. We're looking to send a few guys over to South Africa potentially in the build-up to the men's Asia EAP regional final prior to October. So, yeah, we may well be utilising them further if
Struck
these
that
boys,
well in the end.
if these boys can get us to a World Cup in Zimbabwe and Namibia.
Of course, is the golden ticket for the winning team here at this tournament. To reiterate, the double round robin format here, most points at the end of the 6 matches will be booking their plane tickets to Namibia and Zimbabwe in the sort of first quarter of next year. The dates of that tournament haven't been announced, but it will be around that part of the calendar.
I'm going to put a question back on you, Daniel.
Go for it.
You've watched a lot of regional cricket, and you've watched certainly a lot of under-19 cricket as well. Very, very early days, of course. We're only 1 innings into a 6-match tournament. But, you know, the EAP region, we can't hide from it. The region has struggled at under-19 World Cups historically. I guess perhaps I should save this for you for another 3 or 4 days. But I'll be very interested to get your take on how you think these guys are shaping up and what you think they need to do to bridge that gap.
See Zeki take the single, 2 balls left in the innings. I might need those last 2 balls to kind of mull over that question. I think it's probably a cliched answer and probably one that gets a bit overplayed, but I suppose it's so hard to pick up that experience. It's the classic first job paradox, isn't it? Sometimes when you need experience for a job, but to get a job you need the experience.
Remember those days?
Yeah, don't envy anyone in that field looking for a job at the moment. Just the one there, last ball innings. I suppose it's different as well because you've got the cohorts of under-19 cricket, and you're only getting maybe 1 or 2 opportunities of playing under-19 World Cup anyway. But you look at like a team like this Japanese outfit at the moment who have been able to kind of go through multiple cycles already, this one being the second, and there is maybe that chance of just that extra experience that will bode well at the tournament proper. We'll consider that question here after this final ball. Swing and a miss. They will, well, there was talk of a bye, and in the end Ozeki will be easily run out at the non-strikers end. It means it's a dot ball. And Japan finished their innings 177 for 8. Some smart presence of mind from the Karamuts to prevent a run being scored and to end the innings with a wicket in the form of a run out. And I must say, looking at the balance of probabilities, looking at the conditions, looking at what the wicket's been like and the day thus far, 177 could easily be a winnable, defendable total to hand Japan victory. But PNG, as we've seen, having romped the Division 2 qualifier, and perhaps their strength does lie in their batting a little bit more in comparison to their bowling, we could have a thrilling finish on day one of the tournament, Alan.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that as a total, but as you say, it's always a bit of an unknown. You can never judge a pitch until both sides have batted, and we will have to bowl well. There's certainly nothing to be taken for granted here. The Japan boys will know that they've got to be right on it from ball one. Got to be lively in the field, but they've got to score on the board, and you'd always rather have the runs on the board, I think, when you're chasing, particularly in junior cricket.
Yes.
We have seen that particularly. I mean, PNG are probably the fittest side here, I would expect, but you know, it's been a pretty warm day, and a lot of sitting around this morning as well. Fatigue can creep in, so yeah, we'll certainly be looking to make an advantage out of that. But just finally on that point we were discussing, Daniel, I mean, they've brought in the 2 divisions in the EAP region this year, and of course Papua New Guinea were able to go and play in that regional Division 2 tournament last year, whereas our under-19s didn't have anything, and Fiji didn't have anything. So for us, we were fortunate that we'd already qualified for an Asia Cup. So you know, in December we went away to Dubai and played against India and Pakistan and the UAE, which at least gave us some experience, even if it was three defeats. But for Fiji, I don't know what they've done. I think they did go on a tour, but in some ways, actually playing in that Division 2 is almost a bit of an advantage, just because the team has time together. But I guess as we look forward to whichever team does go to the World Cup, if it is, obviously from my point of view, I hope that's Japan. But if it is Japan, we're lucky in that we have an ACC Premier Cup later in the year, and potentially even an Asia Cup if we do well in that. So we're pretty well set up. We don't need to worry about anything. But for PNG or Fiji, should either of them make it, that question that we had 6 years ago, what support do they get? Where can they go? How can they get ready? Because the gap is, it's a tough one to close, and if you're not playing much cricket, it becomes even harder than it needs to be.
Just to run through the scorecard for Japan, as mentioned, 177 for 7. Nikhil Pol made 38 off his 52 balls before picking out the fielder at short mid-wicket. His partner, Nihar Palmer, picked up where Pol left off to make a half-century, 59 off 89 balls. Hugo Tani Kelly was electric in his 33 off 32, as well as a cameo from Charlie Hutterhins, 18 off 10. But PNG were able to fight back in a couple of different periods of that bowling innings to restrict the men from Japan to just 177. It came largely through spin. Vagivani being thrown the ball deep into the innings, taking 3 for 20 off his 4 overs. While Apuka was excellent with his 1 for 25 as well, with his left arm finger spin as well. So 177 for 7. It means that PNG require 178 from 210 balls, given that we are restricted to 35 overs aside today due to the delayed start here in Sano. We'll be back in just over 15 minutes time. The innings break of just 20 minutes, of course, with that delay as well. We'll be here at the Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel, providing everything here for you, and some words on top of the pictures coming to you here from the home of Japanese cricket. Match day 1 of the ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Division 1 tournament. Match day 1, PNG looking to spoil the party of the hosts here on day 1 at the home of cricket in Japan, the Sano International Cricket Ground. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time. Welcome in again, match day 1 of the ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Division 1 qualifier here at the Sano International Cricket Ground, PNG, in pursuit of Japan's 177, 178 to win, 35 overs revised over match here in the home of Japanese cricket, about 80 kilometres north of Tokyo. A warm welcome to wherever you are around the world watching on YouTube via the Japan Cricket Association channel. Pleasure to be delivering international cricket to you on the road to the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup. The winner of this tournament will book their tickets to the main event in Zimbabwe and Namibia early next year. Just got the feeling too that it'll be these two out of the 3 teams that will give it the biggest nudge. We get to see Fiji for the first time tomorrow. They take on the hosts. As for Japan though, they have a job to do this afternoon, defending 177. Pretty tricky conditions with the bat here early. Of course, rain curtailing the preparation yesterday into today. And then the wet infield and outfield delaying the start here, shaving 15 overs off each team's innings. It means we've got a 7-over first power play, 21-over middle power play. And Kazuma Kato Stafford should I say Kai Wall, left armour, beginning proceedings for Japan. Just like Igor Murray with his left arm to begin PNG's bowling effort. The pad, half a shout of LBW turned down. We've seen so often an under-19 level, the likes of Kazuma Kato Stafford taking the new ball. It's another left armour here for the hosts. Worked into the offside and helping Dauncey Tom open his account for Papua New Guinea. Frank Name opening the batting with him. I've noticed there was a trend in the first innings as well where batters were able to use the pace at this end and work behind square on the offside. It was the other end that was a tad slower, as we see Dauncey Tom here just giving a few words of wisdom, having started the innings from his end. Bowl them! Kai Wall on the money! First over, all at sea was Navy. Japan make early inroads. A little bit late on that one, just looking at the replay back. But it's exactly how Kai Wall would have wanted to draw it up. A perfect delivery to remove the right-handed opener. What a start it is for the hosts. If we were to look at the power plays of Japan, first 7 overs, the power plays of just 7 overs today, also the bowling allotment of just 7 overs as well. They were just 27 to begin their first 7 overs, but the important part was they didn't lose a wicket. PNG already 1 down in their pursuit. And already the pressure on this Papua New Guinea batting lineup A man who was so successful with the ball when he was thrown the ball late in the first innings, Vagivani with his off spin, has now got a huge responsibility on his shoulders with the bat now at number 3. No ball adjudged. We'll see our first free hit of the tournament. Maybe just a half chance for Papua New Guinea to jumpstart their innings after the loss of that first wicket. If you are just joining us, Japan made 177 in 35 overs, wet outfield and infield around the run-ups, just delaying the start of the match and of course the tournament being match day 1. Unable to capitalise on the free hit, picking out the fielder. He can be run out, and the man, Daunty Tom at the non-strikers, maybe just caught a little bit unawares. It's a great over to begin for the hosts. And Kai Wall picks up Japan's first wicket of the tournament, 2 for 1. There's a real symmetry about the way Japan went about their innings, as we'll discuss in a moment, after one left armour to another. Kazuma Kato Stafford. Real spearhead of this attack, a man who, of course, played in the last Under-19 World Cup cycle as well, was a real standout for Japan. And back a second time, another time around, hopefully on the road this time to a Cricket World Cup. Daunty Tom unable in the half volley to pierce a gap and beat the bowler following through. There's shades in Asad Vala in the way that Daunty Tom goes about his business. Plenty of pace for Kato Stafford, a little bit quick onto the bat of Daunty Tom. Tom played a key part in PNG's batting in the Division 2 qualifier to be here. 21 off 21 against Indonesia, 39 off 33 against Vanuatu, and then 70 off 79 balls in the final against Indonesia. Key man. Staying a little bit low on Daunty. Maybe an inside edge onto the pad. Kato Stafford definitely a yard quicker than the opposing, the fast bowler at the other end, the opening bowler at the other end. And Kai Wall able to find pay dirt in his first over. Well driven again from Vala. Should I say Daunty Tom, such as the shadows and idiosyncrasies so similar to the national team senior captain. Already, feels like a turning point in this game, this matchup between the two left-handers. On the leg side and a wide signal. Just the one slip in for Kato Stafford. And with the left-handed batter at the other end. Power play 1, of course, just the two fielders outside the circle permitted. Maybe with the slowness in the surface at this end, instead of going for the deep fine leg, they've gone with a deep square leg instead, and a deep, I'd say a backward point. It's almost a wide third man. Learning the lessons perhaps of their batting innings One holding up on the surface and pulled nicely from Daunty Tom. And they give up on the chase as it runs away for 4. Cartel Stafford just dragging a little too short on that occasion and spoiling what looked to be potentially a maiden over, only to be ruined by a wide and a boundary. 7 for 1. Again, a pleasure to be delivering cricketing action for you in the home of Japan cricket, the Sano International Cricket Ground. We see Varney defending again. And Kai Wall has not put a foot wrong to begin his day with the ball. Beautiful part of the world here in Sano. For a moment there, I thought that might have been a nick to the keeper. A few nervous play and misses. The intensity in the field is up for Japan, just like PNG were earlier in the day. Early wickets definitely given the hosts a real spring in their step here on home turf in front of friends and family, and a few fans around the ground too. Visiting here, there's a bumper schedule of cricket here in Sano this summer. On the up, it's straight to the man at point, and again, some Japan up and about. Looking at the blue kits today, there's some talk of them going with the cherry blossom pink. Just the similarities to the Papua New Guinea colours forcing them into blue today. And again, the man at point, Yuki Ozeki, has been a magnet in the field. Just like Nia Palmer for Japan, feels like Varghivani is making a habit of hitting the fielders early in his innings. He takes some inspiration from Palmer, who went on to make a well-made half-century. And Kai Wall colours in his over in the scorebook. It's a maiden for him. And PNG stuck at 7 for 1, 3 overs gone. Stafford once again, second over. Chops on! Carter Stafford now in on the act. A big wicket of Daunty Tom. Japan off to a flyer in Sano. Maybe the inconsistency of the wicket at the far end. Some have been holding up, some have been skidding through. Might have done him a little bit for pace either way. Daunty Tom, who had threatened with a couple of nice shots, unable to really make any headway, has to depart. Papua New Guinea in a hole at 7 for 2. The uphill sledding now as the captain walks out to the crease. Gubba Frank, who injured himself during Japan's innings in the field. What moment this now? Carter Stafford's hit his length nicely here early in his second over. A nice rhythm here. Maybe got the short straw having to bowl from this end where it seems as if the carry is a little bit slower to the keeper, but maybe just the extra pace actually makes it somewhat inconsistent for the opposition batting lineup. On the up, wide of the fielder, bowler following through, and in the end they snuck through a second. Opportunistic that, as the two fielders for Japan maybe a little bit lax in the return. To that previous delivery. On the up, but straight. A moment there, I thought it would loop into the captain's palms. Nikhil Pole at mid-off. Oh, and a big swing and a miss. Not quite the right shot to play in this situation, one feels. Tell you what, the pressure on PNG's shoulders now. Seemingly a lot to bear for the captain. Alone and push through it. Good pace from Cartel Stafford. A good effort ball to finish. Another successful over for Japan. On top at 9 for 2. And many had looked at that total set for Japan, maybe not seeing why there was the earlier delay, just a little bit of wetness around, and wicket probably not as flat and as batting conducive as it could have been should we had an ideal prep. Sort of brought things back into the bowling, the bowler's favour, I should say. That target now of 178 is looking like a long, long road for the men of Papua New Guinea. Struck on the pad, no real appeal by the men around. And just to give you again an indication of Japan's innings, to kind of split things up, they, as mentioned before, only made 27 for naught in that first 7 overs, but that, the fact that they kept all 10 wickets in the bank was key for them. And then made almost 5 runs and over in the middle, 21 overs. In fact, they made an even 100 for 2 in that time. And off the last 7, they did lose 6 wickets. They had the wickets in the bank and made an extra 50 runs to get to 177. It did look like 200 was a realistic total for the hosts to set. And BNG did hit back well in the form of spin, largely through the man on strike now, who is about to face his 13th ball. And another dot. just as Nihar Palmer just found a little bit slow going at the top of the order, whilst he was able to accelerate and make a well-made half-century and an important half-century as well for Japan, you think that Vaghivani has to do something similar. So again, off one of the bare patches of the surface and to the offside, and the opportunity for Kai Wall to bowl what would be for him a second consecutive maiden over. For those paper scoring, whether here at the ground or watching around the world, an opportunity to colour in another box. And that's exactly what he does. Nothing given away here by Japan's double salvo of left arm quicks to begin their innings with the ball. 9 for 2, Papua New Guinea, 5 overs bowled. And already at required rate. Just starting to climb on the Garamuts. This one will be given as a wide. Off the middle of the bat, worked into the leg side, dot ball. Welcoming in anyone who might have just joined us on the broadcast here at the Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us live and free cricket over the next 6 days. One of these 3 teams at the tournament, Fiji with the bye today, they play Japan tomorrow. One of these teams will be off to the Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup in Namibia and Zimbabwe early next year. This field will cost Japan a run. The prospect, a pretty simple one. The winner of this tournament will go to Namibia and Zimbabwe as East Asia Pacific's associate representative. The winner of the East Asia Pacific qualifier, of course, full members in this region in Australia and New Zealand are already off to that tournament. Australia are defending champions as well, having beaten India in the final, the last iteration of the tournament in 2024. Japan, as we know, entrance in 2020. It's been a little while since PNG have been there. The previous iteration, 2018. Well worked this time. Finally from Vaghivani, who's able to open his account. It's not been easy going for the number 3. Bowled excellently to him early. Barely given up anything, especially to him. Frank and Dauncey Tom have been given 1 or 2 chances to capitalise on some poor bowling, but Vaghivani's been a little bit unfortunate. He hasn't really had a lot to work with. Trying to manufacture that into a half volley, and maybe a little bit of a limp there for Gabba Frank. He did go off earlier in the field. Hoping for Papua New Guinea fans' sake that he's okay. Papua New Guinea had a prep tour of Queensland in Brisbane, a region where actually quite a big Japan presence as well. EAP well represented in that part of the world. And fittingly, the final of Brisbane Premier Cricket was a 4-day final in first grade up in Brisbane, and there were representatives of the PNG and the Japanese senior international teams that were playing on either side of that particular grand final. And Kendall Kadawaki Fleming, who's here as Japan's team manager and of course the senior team captain of the Japan men's national team. Premiership winning side. He came up against Chad Soper, of course, at PNG senior international. While it was bragging rights for Chad in some respects, taking the wicket of Kendall, it was Kendall's side who went on to win that particular grand final down in Brisbane. 12 for 2, Papua New Guinea, 6 overs gone. Plenty of work to do for the Garamuts. I think that on the up and over the top. Not right out of the middle of the bat, but he will be rewarded with 4. Vagivani finally given an opportunity. This one just a fraction over pitched. He makes the most of it. Well placed from Varney. Moves to 6 as he slowly moves into his work. It's been a challenging start for him. Hasn't been given a wealth of opportunities, really, it must be said. The sun begins to set here in Sano on a clear day. Sunrise and sunset, you can see the monolith that is Mount Fuji in the distance. We do have a mountain range closer here, which, as you can see on the stream at several times. Early call of 1, and it was a good call. In the end, it's the easiest of singles. Gubba Frank. Karasara mountain range. Here, the end that Kai Wall is bowling from. Whilst these two are working into their partnership, as a left-right hand combination, it must be said that there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of this pair. You would suspect that one of these two would have to go on and make a score of around half the target for them to be close. They've been given no quarter by the two Japanese left armers. 18 for 2, 7 overs gone. The end of power play 1. Japan have the luxury of moving the fielders out now with this revised over game. There's a signal there from the umpire. End of power play 1, and it will bring about an immediate change of bowling. $27 for no loss was Japan's 7 over power play. 18 for 2 PNG in comparison. As that required rate goes up, you also would know PNG that in the middle 21 overs, that was power play 2 with the revised numbers. Japan made an even 100 for the loss of 2 wickets. Did work the ball around, especially in the latter half of that middle stage. And it's going to be Hugo Tani Kelly's off spin here. First overs of spin for Japan. And plenty of turn and purchase for him. That will be hugely encouraging for this Japan team. I suspect there will be a lot of spin today from them. Maybe with that last ball in mind, a seed of doubt into Gabba Frank. A little bit of a second guess job, that shot. A little slow there and not coming onto the bat of the captain. Tani Kelly only picked up the 2 wickets in his 3 outings with the ball in the Japan Futures League this year. The economy was well under 6 in a T20 tournament, so maybe one that opponents are seeing off. It's a well-run single. These two evidently key runners between the wickets. And Gabba Frank, when he talked about some of his cricketing heroes of PNG, one of the players that he mentioned was another left-hander and batter in Sese Bao, who, if you've watched enough associate cricket in your time, you know that Sese Bao is one of the quickest runners in between wickets in not just associate cricket but world cricket. And there are a lot of similarities between Sese Bao and the PNG captain. Also bowls some finger spin as well, so plenty of parallels in those two players. And Tani Kelly just bowling that from a little bit deeper in the crease. A little Mark Watt action at the end of the 8th over. PNG 19 for 2. Double change for Japan's under-19 men with the power play into power play 2. The fielding restrictions lifted upon them. They've automatically gone to the well of finger spin on both sides. It's going to be the left arm finger spin of Charlie Hutterhins. Volley to begin, but Gabba Frank can only find the point fielder. Well played off the back foot. Well timed. He didn't try to hit it too hard. They want 3, and they're going to come back. Excellent running, well and truly in the fielder's mitts as they began to run the 3rd. These two might be able to churn out their runs a little bit differently than their opposition did in the middle overs. I think some Japan fans were maybe hoping for them to push the singles a little bit more. The 2s and the 3s might be the modus operandi for Papua New Guinea in their response. Wide given. Maybe that might have made contact with either pad or bat on the way through, but not to be. For a moment there, the fielding side were interested in a potential catch there, but into the point gap. Man in the deep, preventing the boundary. Loud call of no from the non-strikers. Tomo Rea cleans up in the field. Backward point. Oh, back pad. Question was asked of the umpire. He remained unmoved. Plenty of turn on offer for Harahins as well. In the end, it ends up working against him as Papua New Guinea boys again run well between the wickets and pick up 2. Churning out some vital runs if they're unable to find the boundaries. 9 overs gone, 26 for 2 in Sarnal. Protection out in the deep for the cut shot. It's the one off Tani Kelly's first ball of his second over. Speaking of that Queensland connection, another man that plays his club cricket in that part of the world at the University of Queensland. Can he beat the fielder? He does. The captain will try and scurry to chase this down. Yeah, and does really well to keep it to just 2, albeit with a little bit of help from Gabby Harahins as well. Younger brother of Charlie. He's mentioned 3 Harahins brothers. Looped on the back pad and given LBW. Almost yorked himself, Gabba Frank, here on this occasion, and there was no hesitation, hitting in line and going on to probably hit middle and off stump. Here's the replay. Yeah, pretty easy one for the umpire. The ball doesn't have to travel a lot from back pad to the stumps there. Judging that to go on to hit middle and or off stump. After contributing with the bat, you got Tani Kelly now making headway with ball in hand. Almost chopped on. Hugo Tani Kelly almost with a second. Dekana, meanwhile, scurries back for a second. End of the 10th over. 31 for 3. Papua New Guinea now, must be said, in a hole in their pursuit of 178. bottom edge. Barney moves to 9. Maybe the slice of luck that he needs to work into his innings. As we see Dekana take his guard. You can see a big puff of dust coming up off the surface after that delivery. Defended. Dekana can go if he needs to go. He made a score of 29 off just 17 balls against Indonesia in the Division 2 final. Also made 39, not out in a more circumspect innings against the same opposition on match day 1. Single turned down. Japan really tighten the screws now. Slight mix up. Dekana thought he'd beat his man at cover. He hadn't. In the end, smart to turn down the 1. Japan tightening the screws. 32 for 3. The easiest of return catches. Japan running away with this in Sano. And on the way to drawing first blood here in the Under-19 East Asia Pacific Division 1 qualifier. This, it's just over the head of Nikhil Pol for a moment. In the end, Pol's done well to prevent the boundary. A fleeting moment there, I thought. Another wicket in the hands of Japan. Worked well into the offside by Dekana. There it is! Number 3 for Tani Kelly. Japan cruising to a first up victory on home soil and a massive first blow in the qualification race here in Division 1 in the East Asia Pacific Under-19 men's qualifier. Anthony David, the new batter for Papua New Guinea. And that man in close on the leg side probably tells you everything you need to know, even without looking down and checking the score at the bottom of the screen. Japan on top. At 36 for 5. 12 overs gone. And in almost a blink of an eye, Japan have gone from favourites to being on the precipice of a massive net run rate busting victory against Papua New Guinea. It wouldn't just give them the bragging rights, but also a leg up come their reverse fixture a little bit later in the tournament. Also put more pressure on Papua New Guinea, needing to get not only wins against Fiji, but big results and big wins over their rivals as the competition continues to pan out. These two teams play again on April 27 on match day 4. PNG, who get the day off tomorrow, will be eager watchers of Japan against Fiji, maybe hoping for Fiji maybe to do them a favour. Just puts an extra layer of pressure on these two out in the middle, not only trying to resurrect Papua New Guinea's innings, but ensuring that the defeat, if there is one, is not heavy. For a moment there, I thought that was hitting the top of off stump as well. Short leg still in place at this end as well. Oh, and he's in the game! For a moment there, I thought that was going to loop right into the left hand of Gabby Hunter-Hins, looking to back up his older brother. He's tying the screws, and then it's just putting a complete halt to any Papua New Guinean impetus here. And racing through these overs now, through their spin, and running away with bragging rights on match day 1. A maiden over for Hunter-Hins, 36 for 5, Papua New Guinea. Tani Kelly's been the destroyer. Pressure has been built up by both of these bowlers. Tani Kelly, man to enjoy a few wickets in the wickets column for him. Definitely been a two-pronged attack, even if the numbers don't exactly show it for Harahins at the other end. Finally, a run off the bat for the Garamuts. It's been a long time coming, that. Two-thirds of the way through the 12th over was the last time we saw a run. Say the runs have dried up, or you could say that we're PNG boys are trying to sift through the Sahara Desert, desperate for an oasis of runs, and it's not coming through this unrelenting spin bowling attack. Just to break the shackles a little bit, one of the finest shots of the day. Raul Dekana Jr., the chance to stride into that ball and hit to the heavens for 6. It's been tough sledding for Papua New Guinea in the last 10 or so overs, but that shot from Raua Dekana Jr. tells you that there is still life, albeit glimpses of life, in Papua New Guinea's reply. Here's Harahins again. Just short of the man at first slip. They brought him in to really attack this PNG batting lineup. There's been some inspired captaincy by the leadership group. Happy to leave alone. Just such little respite here for Papua New Guinea. Just toss that up, looking to tempt David into the shot there, outside leg stump. Harahins almost trying to buy himself a wicket after being so miserly thus far. Happy to leave alone, not that too far from the off stump. End of 15, Papua New Guinea, 43 for 5. tossed up again by Tani Kelly, looking for number 4, putting himself front and centre in the conversation for player of the match honours today. Well driven down the ground by Dakana. It'll just be one. Seeing him with that lusty blow against the same bowler in the over before last, and Japan just opting to give themselves some protection in the form of a long off. Still on the attack here though, especially against David. Gabby Hardahins enjoying his time there at short leg. More defence from David, straight to the skipper Nikhil Pol. He's really answered every question so far in this one. Such little respite here for PNG's batters. Just the one off. 44 for 5. Just a little bit of cloud cover over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Things just a little bit darker, as you can probably see on your screens watching, wherever you are around the world. Get in contact, YouTube comments. Daniel Beswick here, calling the action live from Sano. It's a pleasure to be here, and a place, especially in the East Asia Pacific region, which has made a lot of progress and done a lot of good things over the last 5 to 10 years, and slowly built themselves up as a stronger emerging force in the associate game. People watching all around the world, thank you to not only the advent of streaming but YouTube as well. Checking in from South America and other parts of EAP, Africa, Asia and Europe. We see a change in bowling. It's the man who created the platform for Japan in Nihar Palmer, now with his leg spin. Trying to race through these overs, maybe with that 20 over threshold in mind. A little bit overcast here. No real threat of rain just yet. This one maybe just trying to push through straight on. And the plan was going to be spin, 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 especially after the first power play. They've executed well wide. This will be an easy decision for the umpire. Arua Dakana down the ground for 1. Oh, they've taken him on. And in the end, they've turned the single down just with a mini collision between the fielders that avoided any sort of serious harm to themselves. Tossed up this time by Nia Palmer. End of the over, 2 off. 46 for 5, Papua New Guinea. 17 overs gone. So as we approach the halfway mark in this innings, plenty of work to do for these two and the tail if they were to salvage anything. So it's almost ball by ball, seemingly clearer that Japan are going to race away with victory here, assuming that we do get 20 overs in. No real threat of rain, even if it does look a little bit darker on your screens, as mentioned an over or so ago. Here's Tani Kelly. Well driven, but straight back to the bowler. Rank delivery by Tani Kelly's expectations. A wide plus the 2 run. PNG. Oh, plenty of turn and bounce for Tani Kelly. This end has been incredibly difficult for any batter to bat from. That is a real jaffa from the off spinner. Wanted to rip that one as well. Over pitch fractionally. Down comes David, just the 1. And well outside the leg stump, now taking guard and almost trying to stay leg side of the ball to almost play against the spin of Tani Kelly. Well wide and adjudged so by the umpire. Miss. Chat's been up and about, as you can imagine, for Japan, who barely put a foot wrong here in their bowling effort today. Again, just a little bit too short for Dekana to really outstretch his arms and look to hit high and long again. The end of the 18th over the halfway mark here, and Papua New Guinea with a world of work to do, 52 for 5. Agonisingly close to the off stump there for Neha Palmer. Chance of a run out, and he's short of his ground, surely. Yep, even through here, you can tell just the pressure upon pressure upon pressure heaving on the PNG batters. Not the right decision. He was on his haunches at the non-striker's end, Anthony David, and he was well short of his ground. David Taraka, the new batter for PNG. Whilst not a wicket in Palmer's column, certainly just that added pressure of his leg spin leading to the demise. Oh, big swing and a miss there. At least a signal of intent. They really should come back for a second here. And they do. Just await the signal from the umpire. It should be given byes, and it is. Pressure being heaped on here by all the spinners, but now Palmer's been able to keep up and pick up where Harahin's left off at that end. Leading, of course, to that run out just a moment ago to remove Anthony David. David Taraka Marla, the new batter in the long sleeve, now at the non-striker's end in shirt 17. Raua Dekana, the man on strike, the left-hander who has struck a 6 in this innings and signalled his intent. This chipped just over the mid-wicket fielder and caught in two minds there. Kind of gets away with maybe a lapse in concentration. Oh, leading edge short of Palmer running in, desperate for his first wicket to go along with his half century earlier today. Japan in cruise control at 55 for 6. Tani Kelly again. Oh, on the up wide of the short cover fielder. There should be chat of a second. The man actually running to the danger end was the man turned away from the second, curiously. And Tani Kelly ready to bowl out. Worked well in tandem with Charlie Hutterhins and now with Niha Palmer at the other end. Being rewarded 3 wickets to his name. Wanting to swipe that across the line and into the leg side to no avail. Has he found the man? Put down. Golden chance, put down. A real opportunity to really rub salt in the wounds there. I say Kobayashi dog at the man, putting the chance down. Tani Kelly had aspirations of maybe a 5-wicket haul. Would have got him at least one closer. Quickly run single. They again wanted 2, and again it's Taraka being turned down. David Taraka Mullet now on strike. I've seen him load up. Hasn't quite been able to execute as yet. Again, the clearing of the front leg, but only playing and missing in the end. out of the front of the hand, and yeah, Tani Kelly. The one saving grace is he gets another chance to bowl the last ball of his spell. After that, that's easily the worst ball of his spell that he has bowled. Not punished. The boundary. Oh, and a play and miss. Tossed it up, trying to buy his fourth. And he'll run back and collect two. The signal is buys. They won't go against Tani Kelly's name. He's been excellent today on the whole. 3 for 29 off his 7 overs. The pick so far, arguably 62 for 6 at the end of 20 overs. Worth reiterating tiebreakers for this particular tournament as we see the teams taking a quick drink here. 20 overs gone. We do have a match now, a match constituted with that 20th over bowled. So for Japan, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Not that there really was any rain threatening. Some dark and gloominess around, but no real sign of rain as yet. Whilst there is time for PNG to resurrect this innings, you'd suspect that may be a bit of a long bow considering they're 6 wickets down, but to bring back the point of potential tiebreakers, should we get teams on level points at the end of the tournament at the top of the table? First tiebreaker is total of wins, so should a team have 2 no results and be on the same points table, sort of points tally I should say, as a team at the top, it would be the team with the most wins that would go through first, and then we have the net run rate calculation after that, which is probably the more likely result should we have the top 2 teams level on points. You need to remember, of course, it's a double round robin here, so for PNG, whilst it's not all quite doom and gloom, should they beat Japan in the reverse fixture on April 27, they'd probably have to do it by a sizable margin, and of course they would ideally not drop points to Fiji, who have sat for most of the day here as eager watchers. They did train on the adjacent field here at the Sano International Cricket Ground. They had their team photo, and then they did stick around for quite a bit of the day to watch conditions and were eager watchers, and I think they are looking forward to taking part. Of course, a 3-team tournament, Japan, PNG and Fiji. PNG having to go through the Division 2 qualifier in Samoa, beating the likes of Samoa, Indonesia and Vanuatu on the way to this. Fiji having beaten PNG in the last Division 1 qualifier, the last qualifier in Darwin. Actually a higher seed, and were therefore given an automatic spot here at this particular tournament, and Japan as well. Nihar Palmer, top scored in Japan's innings. Now looking to collect his first wicket of the tournament. As long as there is Rahul Dekana in, I suppose there is at least a glimmer of hope for Papua New Guinea. We have seen him capable of clearing the rope. Would be an almighty task for him and the tail to get Papua New Guinea home here in Sano. Slightly misreading that extra cover, but unable to keep it within his clutches. Out of the front of the hand again, Palmer. Just wide enough of Nikhil Pol to steal one. talks of one turn back. One thing about David Taraka Marla so far is at least there's been some intent and intention to go on with things here. And in the end, it's brought his demise. And it's winner, winner, chicken dinner for Nihar Palmer, who finally earns a just reward for tightening the screws. Just premeditating that charge on that occasion. Looking to move the game along, but probably not quite in the respect you'd want to do it at the proper levels of quality and execution. New batter for Papua New Guinea. Walapuka did so well with the ball earlier today, tightening the screws. The end of the 21st over, 63 for 7. He almost showed the way today for Papua New Guinea once they did finally bring spin into the equation. Just a little confrontation or a conversation at least between Raul Dakana and the two umpires. I'm not entirely sure what this is about. Some protestation from the son of senior international bearing the same name. And as his brother did to tie up PNG, it's now Gabby Harahins looking to follow suit. Quick leg spin on show here. Maybe the naked eye looking to just either a top spin or maybe even a wrong and away from the left-hander. On the up, there is a man out there. It'll fall short of the man at long off. It'll be just one. Couple of parallels between Gabby Harahins and a couple of different leg spinners he's obviously tried to emulate in some respect or another. There's a little bit of Mitch Swepson in part of his run-up, and then, if anything, just looking to be maybe a little bit whippier with his leg breaks, sort of quicker T20 style as well. Worked well into the leg side by Puka. Get two. Easy to distinguish not only a left-hand, right-hand combination, but Puka rocking the, might even be a do-rag underneath the helmet there. For a moment there. And just led that straight into the hands of the bowler. Now racing between deliveries here. Not that the overrate is of a real concern. One of two Pari Cricket Association products in this PNG squad. Well down the leg side, so it's at least one extra. Should pick up. Well, in the end, it'll actually beat both fielders to the rope for 4. Gonna need a lot more of that if they want to salvage something out of this game, but it's better than nothing. End of the over, 71 for 7, 22 overs gone. The easiest of dismissals for Nihar Palmer. He picks up a second. Zakana just, if anything, losing his presence in the crease there and outstretching, and in the end, an easy one for the keeper to whip the bails off. No real incentive or impetus to try and get back. Not only racing to the finish line, Japan, they're about to just break the finishing tape in half and explode into the crowd. Nice moment there for Nakayama Cook to whip the bails off. For him to get him going at the tournament. Also picked up the one of David Muller as well. Palmer on the verge here of player of the match honours as well, one would feel. Oh, and for a moment it's been given LBW. I thought it might have actually caught the edge. It was pad first, or maybe just pad only. And a pretty easy decision that for the umpire, who raised his finger relatively quickly after the appeal. Easy decision. Japan cleaned up. Palmer picks up 3 in 4 deliveries to stunningly end this fixture. Papua New Guinea bowled out for just 71 inside 23 overs. Palmer finishes with 4 for 4 and clean up the tail and cement his player of the match aspirations into reality. And it's first blood for Japan. Not only a big win by margin, but a big win in terms of net run rate and a thumping blow in the race for the sole Under-19 Cricket World Cup ticket here at the Division 1 East Asia Pacific Qualifier. A win of over 100 runs for Japan. A massive net run rate boosting victory. And one that I'm sure will fill the Japanese leadership and coaching team with immense pride on home soil in Sano, delivering in front of friends, family and fans at the home of cricket here in Nippon. It's a 106-run victory for Japan. We take out match day 1 and match 1 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup East Asia Pacific Qualifier Division 1. Quick look at the scorecard for PNG, who unfortunately got off to a poor start in reply and never really recovered outside of a few decent shots from the likes of Gabba Frank and Rahul Dekana Jr. Varghivani did threaten, but overall tied down by spin in the most part. As soon as the power play finished from the 8th over onwards, it was spin and only spin that brought them undone. 3 for Hugo Tani Kelly. Niha Palmer cleaning up the tail to finish with 4 for 4. I have to give a lot of credit too to the 2 opening bowlers, the 2 left-arm quicks in Kai Wall and Kazuma Kato Stafford, taking a wicket each, and just setting the Japanese on a platform and setting up a platform for success here in Sano. Inside 23 overs, we finished just before 5 p.m. local time here in Sano. And there's the match summary for you. Niha Palmer, the top of the list for both wickets and runs for Japan. 59 off 89 balls, 4 for 4 off 3.4. Hugo Tani Kelly as well as Nikhil Pol setting them up with the bat as well. A huge victory, not only in the status of this tournament, but also from a net run rate standpoint. 106-run win for the hosts. That's the end of the broadcast here on the Japan Cricket Association YouTube channel. The post-match presentation will be posted across Japan Cricket's social media platforms. I'll be joined by the 2 captains and the player of the match in a few moments once I get the chance to run downstairs and out onto the ground. But it's been a pleasure to deliver international Under-19 World Cup qualification cricket for you all on the Japan Cricket Association YouTube page. Join us for tomorrow and the action on match day 2 with Japan taking on Fiji, their second challenge of the tournament, Fiji's first outing. It's a thank you to wherever you are around the world watching on. Join us for action tomorrow, but also the post-match presentation across the social media pages of Japan Cricket. But for now, on behalf of myself, Daniel Beswick, the Japan Cricket Association, and the ICC East Asia Pacific region, it's goodbye.